besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Away, the tail light is well intact. All of that is not going to hold
Elvis has left the building. It's done. Ole, 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 Erin ha, ole, Erin ha, ole, let's go, Erin ha, ole, Erin ha, ole. People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. How we doing? I just know. I was just noticing my background. Like, where's the Canton Salute gone? The ducky gone? Obviously, that was a different background. There you go. How we doing, everybody? Hackster's here. So Hackster, this is right next to you again. Wisconsin trial. Hello to you all. I'm not going to go through you all. You know I love you all. Thank you so much for being here, as always. If you're new, no, there's no one new here. I was keeping track. Murph's on it already. Right, I have got. Right, hang on. Let me do this. Let me do this, people, so you know what's going on. So this is a retrial, a second trial. Jury chosen yesterday. Testimony begins today. Oh, hang on. 14 jurors were selected Monday for the second La Crosse County murder trial of Naya Thao, who's accused of shooting 3 men at a rural West Salem quarry in 2021. The jury was chosen from a pool of about 100 called to court Monday morning. Opening statements happened Tuesday in Judge Elliot Levine's courtroom. Theo was tried already for the murders in June of 2023, but that jury could not agree on a verdict. The previous trial lasted about 1 week. Leo Yang, Peng Law, and Trevor Mahoney were shot to death, so it's triple homicide. Thao is accused of being the shooter, firing the gun under the orders of Cam Ratansakanowiki, who is now in prison for his part in the murders. So that Ratansakataki, he is already in jail. He got found guilty. So he's there. Ken, how we doing, fella? Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're well, my friend. Hang on. I'll put out that. So, good. Murph's in charge of this trial. Murph is always in charge. She's not. You're all in charge all the time. Oh, thank you, Dumpster Juice. Bring me all the joy. There you go. You see? It would mean the world to me if you'd like and subscribe. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the kind comments, everybody. So Murph did have it up. There we go. Ratansak pleaded guilty. So yeah. So there we are, people. We are on the way. Lisa Reed's made it. Oh, Sarah P's here as well. Angelina. There you go. Right, let me pin it. Sarah P's probably put it up already. James B is in the house. Hi, James. How you doing? There you go. I knew Sarah P had done it. Pin to the comments there. Oh, come on, people. Come on. 46 viewers, 33 likes. Come on. What's going on? What's going on? Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Da, da. Josie, gang's all here. Happy days. Look at all this. I love it. We got an increase. We got 39 likes now. So you see, it does work sometimes. It does work sometimes to get people to like and check you subscribe, because sometimes you get kicked out. Hello, Lisa Pearson. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. We got a new trial, triple murder. Hey, James, thanking you. Thanks, James. I appreciate it, my friend. Just needed you to sing a tune. There you go, Kenny. See, your wish is my command. There you go. 20 minutes from Bradenton. Thank God I'm a new development because I'm surrounded by flooding, but my community is above water. Well, look after yourself, Dumpster Juice. Hope you're okay there, my darling. So here we go. Right. Shall we get ready? Shall we get steady? Shall we get go? Right, I'm just trying to cancel my tabs here. We've done a good day today. We've had a good day today. I'm not sure what the sentencing is for that guy, but you know, Toots, hello, my darling. How are we doing, Toots? Do you all like my rubby ducky? I love this rubby ducky. Thank you to Sassy Bartender. The rubby ducky is doing the Canton salute. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it more than Erin's taco. Erin. Right. Oh no, Michigan's having it. T's and P's to you as well. Thoughts and prayers with all of you suffering. I hope it's going okay for all of you. Jeepers. Right, hang on. I need to close some more stuff down now. I thought I had everything ready. So, triple murder. Here we go. Here we go, people. I love it. I don't care. I love it. Right. I think the first one is the jury being introduced and stuff. So hang on, I'll play a 1.25 and see what we think. Now, for anyone asking, right, about this, let me just explain something to you, right? There'll be other stuff coming up as well, like Karen Reid trial and hearing. So I'll be doing Karen Reid stuff. What I'll be doing is doing this, then leaving it run, then start a new stream and come back to this one after Karen Reid. So, we'll work around stuff, people. We'll work around stuff. So, oh God. Right. I think this is a jury instruction, and we'll see what they do. If it's just a jury, hello, how are we? We'll skip it. We go to opening statements. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Here we go.
Give me 1 second here. Tell me when you're ready to. You ready? All right. So this is 20.
Sorry for the yawning, people. Sorry. Sorry. And Ken, I don't believe the children. I'm not sure. We'll find out now. 3 people, I think.
1 CF 582, State of Wisconsin versus Neatao appearances.
State appears by Emily Rude and Adrian Blaze.
Just so you know, I just threw on this is the beginning instructions before we start the trial. The one thing I did add, I realized that we just had party to a crime in the definition, but we didn't actually have the definition of party to a crime in the instructions. I did stick that definition in there. The way I did it is I did it at the very end. I'll say all 4 counts are charged as party to a crime and to give the definition. I both put aiding, abetting, and conspiracy. They are a little truncated. I don't talk about the case. I don't interweave it with the charges, but that's partially because these are opening instructions, trying to keep them a little shorter. But I didn't realize I hadn't done that last time, so I decided to do it this time. Is there any concern from the state?
Slightly. Are they working? I mean, I know there we go. I just need to speak more directly into it.
Oh, it's not working at all?
The speaker is not working.
Oh, great.
Oh, boy.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. My concern 1 is looking at the elements of counts 1, 2, and 3. Because it's party to a crime, it's our position that the elements should be the defendant or Kempton Rattanasak caused the death of Nemo Yang, etc. And this is going to be more salient at the end of the case, of course. But that would be our position, that even in the preliminary instructions, they should be instructed in that manner as to the elements. And then the only other thing I was going to say was, I think, putting the party.
Right, the best thing about this is we can skip stuff. I don't think we need to listen to that. I'm going to skip it. Skippity-doo-dah, skippity-day. My, oh my, what a beautiful day. I think the jury are coming, they're coming in. Skippity-skippy, skippity-day. He's just welcoming them and stuff like that. Let's get opening statements. You see, we skipped 40 minutes here, which is great. Right, here we go, people.
And with that, we're ready to start opening statements. Attorney Rude?
Thank you, Judge. Nemo Yang Peng Lor, and Trevor Maloney. You're going to hear the mention of a lot of names as we present our case to you. But it is so important that these names don't get lost in the shuffle, because they are the reason we're here. Because on July 23rd of 2021, these three young men were murdered. Nemo Yang, Peng Lor, and Trevor Maloney. Nemo had turned 24 years old the day before he was killed. Peng Lor was also 24, and Trevor Maloney was 23 years old. You're going to hear me refer to them collectively as the boys, and I don't mean any disrespect with that title. They were actually, as I stated, young men. But they were essentially just getting started. They were just getting started with their lives when they were taken from them. And the defendant, Nia Tao, is the one who did the taking. Mr. Tao and his friend, Cam Ratanasak, who Mr. Tao referred to as Black and also referred to as his brother, took Nemo, Peng, and Trevor out to the middle of nowhere, the Ramscog Quarry, in the dead of night. Quarry is located where County Highway S and County Highway M intersect north of West Salem. The boys knew they weren't going on a field trip at 2 o'clock in the morning. They knew that Mr. Tao and Mr. Ratanasak had been looking for them. They knew they had a gun. You saw that the entrance to the quarry was blocked off by a pair of swinging cattle gates. When they got there, they told the boys to get on their knees. They told them to move towards the gate. At one point, Mr. Ratanasak hit Trevor in the back of the head with a gun because he was mad that Trevor had told him a lie. Mr. Tao kicked Nemo into the chest, and they were accusing them of being disloyal. Mr. Ratanasak demanded that they empty their pockets, and then Mr. Ratanasak handed the gun to Nia Tao and told him, "You better do it before I do it." Mr. Tao took the gun, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Fuck it." Mr. Tao shot Nemo Yang, then he shot Peng Lor, then he shot Trevor Maloney. Mr. Ratanasak and Mr. Tao took their cell phones, and Ratanasak was the one driving. Mr. Tao was in the passenger seat, and they left the boys there. Mr. Ratanasak and Mr. Tao traveled north on County Road M and turned right where M goes towards the northeast. Near N7305 County Road M, the gun they used was thrown and landed on the south side of the road. You can see here, this is where M goes to the northeast, and there's a location there where the gun was located on what would have been the passenger side of the road if you're driving north. This is what the evidence we present to you will show. That Nia Tao is guilty of the intentional homicides of Nemo, Peng, and Trevor as a party to a crime, and that he possessed a firearm while doing so when he was prohibited from possessing a firearm, also as party to a crime. And now I want to take you through how we are going to prove this to you. For starters, there was someone else at the quarry with Mr. Ratanasak and Mr. Tao in those early morning hours. They left a witness, a woman named Bridget Schlitt. At this point in Bridget's life, in July of 2021, she was living in two very different worlds. She's going to tell you some things that aren't normal, everyday topics of conversation. But at that point in her life, Her home was in Vernon County. She shared equal placement of her young daughter with her ex-husband. And when she was at home, she was mom. When she didn't have placement of her daughter, she would go to lacrosse and seek out and use meth. Bridget was familiar with both Mr. Ratanasak and Mr. Tao, as well as Trevor Maloney. She got to know Peng and Nemo in the days just before their deaths. Bridget had known Trevor the longest, about 6 months. She met Mr. Tao in early June of 2021 at a house on the north side. Mr. Tao was in a little bit of distress, and Bridget's a little bit of a caretaker. Her mama bear instincts kick in sometimes. So she gave Mr. Tao a ride to Holman. For the next month and a half, she would see Mr. Tao pretty regularly when she would come to lacrosse. Sometimes she'd give him a ride or give him a place to crash if she had a place and he needed it. Mr. Tao introduced Bridget to Cam Ratanasak, but only by the name of Black. This happened about 2 weeks before the homicide. Mr. Ratanasak was from the Wausau area, but had recently started to hang around in lacrosse with Mr. Tao. In the time that Bridget knew all of these gentlemen, she used meth with them. In the 2 weeks leading up to the homicide, she had sex with Mr. Ratanasak and also had a brief sexual encounter with Mr. Tao. In the days before the homicide, Bridget had recently gotten a new job at the Holiday Inn in Onalaska. She would be working overnights. Her vehicle was getting repaired, so she couldn't drive back and forth to Viroqua. So she stayed in a hotel room at the Baymont in Onalaska with Trevor Maloney. They were joined by Peng and Nemo and some others, including a gentleman named Michael Vang, sometimes referred to as Bam. Bridget didn't work the night of July 22nd. And Trevor had gone to Westby earlier in that day to deal with some family matters. Bridget needed to go home to Viroqua to get a birth certificate. She needed to provide it to work as identification. Nemo and Peng asked to ride along with her, with the plan that on their way back, they would pick up Trevor in Westby. They left for Vernon County at about 10 p.m. that night. And Bridget's going to tell you that about that time, she started noticing some things going on. Something with Mr. Tao and Mr. Ratanasak on one side, and the boys, but particularly Nemo, on the other side. She wasn't exactly sure what it was about, but it was clear they were mad at Nemo, something about the theft of money. She didn't know all the details. But it was clear to her that Nemo, Peng, and Trevor were trying to stay away from Mr. Ratanasak and Mr. Tao. Bridget and the boys got back into lacrosse at about 1 a.m. on July 23rd. They were headed towards the Holiday Inn so she could drop off her paperwork, the overnight supervisor. And at about this time, she starts getting phone calls from several people. One of them is from Mr. Ratanasak, asking where Peng and Nemo are. She and Trevor tell him that they don't have them and don't know where they are. And remember that, because that's the lie that gets Trevor pistol whipped later in the night. Bridget's still heading towards the Holiday Inn when she sees Mr. Ratanasak's car, a black Mercedes. And it quickly becomes clear that Mr. Ratanasak spots her as well, because he follows her to the Holiday Inn, and when she parks, he parks next to her. Bridget goes into the hotel to drop off her birth certificate. This point is about 2 a.m. on the 23rd. She leaves the boys in the car, and when she comes out a few minutes later, she sees Mr. Ratanasak standing outside of the car, and he has a gun. She gets back into her car, and Mr. Tao is now in the back seat, where Nemo had been before. Nemo was in Mr. Ratanasak's car. And Bridget wasn't the only one that Mr. Tao was trying to contact in his search for Nemo. In the days leading up to the homicides, he has Facebook messages to several other people, accusing Nemo of stealing his debit card and threatening Nemo that if he won't show his face, Mr. Tao's coming for his family. And remember Michael Vang. He was with the boys the day before they were murdered, and he had known Mr. Tao and Nemo for a long time. At one point, Michael Vang even offered to pay any debt that Nemo owed. Mr. Tao was messaging Michael Vang late on the night of July 22nd into the early morning hours of the 23rd. And Mr. Vang will testify that Mr. Tao was looking for Nemo, asking where they were. And after Mr. Tao and Mr. Atanasak made contact with the boys and Bridget in the Holiday Inn parking lot, he sent a message to Michael Vang that said, "Peng here with both." And now that they've found the boys, they've split them between the two cars. Mr. Atanasak leaves the Holiday Inn parking lot, and Mr. Tao tells Bridget to follow him. She's following him on Highway 16 towards West Salem. She doesn't know where they're going, and Mr. Tao isn't really talking a lot. But he does have 2 phone calls in that time that they're driving. The first was with Michael Vang, or Bam. And Bridget overhears Mr. Tao tell Michael Vang, "We got them." Then there is a phone call with Mr. Atanasak, who says he doesn't know where he's going. Remember, he's from Wausau, he doesn't know the area. So Mr. Tao tells Bridget to pass Mr. Atanasak and take the lead. He's now directing her where to go. They get to the intersection of Highway 16 and County M, and Mr. Tao tells Bridget to turn left. As they approach the quarry, Bridget misses the turn, and Mr. Tao tells her to turn around so that she can.
Oh shit! Right, Lisa. So, hang on. Let's get me some sympathy first. Yeah, can you see that? Can you see the steam coming out of it? It's got the water in it and salt. That's boiling water. Can you see the heat coming out? Oh, I'm not sure if you can. But that bad boy is. I can't. I was trying to stick my finger in it. It's too fucking warm. I couldn't do it. I'd rather stick my finger in there and just tackle. Let's get this. But that's I got some cream on the way as well for the finger. Antibiotical stuff as well. Doesn't even hurt. It just I haven't got any peroxide, Robin. I haven't got peroxide. I've got what have I got coming? I got this stuff cream coming. It should be a Friday. Carol Draper told me to get it. She goes, "That's the one." Her husband's a doctor, so I'm gonna get that. Fuck expensive though. Friggin' Nora. Hey Kathleen, my darling. I'm all right. So what I did was there was something sticking out by my nail, and I just pulled it. So now I got my the side of my nail here is blowing up a bit, and everyone says it's turning green. So everyone says I've got an infection, and my doctor's appointment is in 3.5 weeks. So I have to soak it in water to keep it clean. Really expensive. It's probably about $17, $18. Your money. It was about £14, so about $18, give or take. No, it's fine. Do you know what? It's not too bad at the minute. I'd be soaking it all day, and it's actually gone down a lot. The green bit is gone. The green bit's gone. Good skin, so you can also apply to the wound. Yeah, I don't have peroxide. I don't have any. Are you serious? Well, the price, yes. Oh, cool. That's cool. It's fine. As you can see, it's not that bad. Do you know what I mean? You can see it there, yeah? So it's like reddish, a bit warm, and there's a bit of green on it, but the green's gone. Hang on. Oh, just, people told me. So there was something sticking out, and I just pulled it, and they said, no, you should have cut it. Oh, look at this one. Go fuck yourself. This one, but with this one, Aaron Hack. So it's not too bad. I've been soaking it. Hang on. I think that's what I got. Hang on. Back guitar hacking. Hang on. I know we're here for a trial, but my health comes first. So backy tracking. So we don't have that. Oh, hang on. I know where I can get it. We don't have that, Kathleen. So what I got instead. Oh, mama, tell you what. This is what I got. Where the fuck's it gone? Let me. Oh, it won't let me open the bloody link. Oh, here we go. Let me show you what it is. Apologies for those that don't give a shit about me, but this is what. Oh, hang on. Let me do it again. I need to do it again. Hang on. This is what I got. Save. I love how if you're here for a professional channel, people, then you might as well leave now because this is what my channel turns into. Unbelievable. Oh, you're all taking the piss. Murph, you're taking the piss. Unbelievable. What's this channel does not get legal autistic? Yes, no. Yeah, finger looks a little swollen. Yes. Oh, do you remember that, Joe? No one gave me sympathy, Joe. No, it was this one I smashed. Well, I was next door to it. Maybe I did, Joe. No one gave me any sympathy. Oh, and Stormcatty says, I don't think so. Right, let me show you this, what it is. So this is what I've... Hey, Daffy. See you, Daffy Dill. Ah, Murph, you fucking bitch as well. Unbelievable. Right, I love it. I love the banter. I love the banter. Right, so this is what I got. No, wrong one. Hang on. Let me open it up. He's next door to Elisa. You got it. You got it. Yeah, baby, you got it. All right. Here you go. This is what I bought. This is what I got. First aid antibiotic. Helps prevent infections in minor cuts. Well, it's not minor. It's fucking painful, mate. Scrapes and burns. There you go. So that's what we don't have this in the UK. We don't have this. So I had to get it from America. That's perfect. You see, well, a doctor recommended it. So Carol Draper, who's in the chat, the Disney Queen, her husband is a doctor. So that's what she told me to get. So I bought it. Last one, coming Friday. That's perfect. Thank you, Kathleen. Me or the medicine, both. Walmart brand. We don't have Walmart here. We don't have them. So thank you, Lisa. That's what I mean. If you're here for trials only, then you're fucked. But if you're here for a bit of entertainment, then we're here. Right, shall I just try out? Shall I try the water? This water's still fucking hot, mind. That's why it's expensive. There you go then. Yeah, $18. Cheapers. Right, should I try my finger? Problem is, if I put my finger in now, I can't click that. So I need to do this. Deliver to the mystical lad. I don't think they do. I think it's from somewhere else. This is hot. Both of them. My dad's a surgeon. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, darling. Kathy's one of my favourites. She's always complimentary. Yeah, it was in there. It was in there. I think the shipping was like, no. So it's a US brand, but from the UK. They got it from the US. I think the shipping was like £3, James. Normally, you're right. I think if I got it from directly from America, it was $25. $25 plus the other ones on top. There, back to Robin, back to Rakin. Right, I'm gonna have to play this because then I'm gonna have to put my finger in here. And I'm looking forward to put my finger in this hole. I am not looking forward to it. I put my finger in worse holes, but I'm still not looking forward to it. It's hot. It's hot. Right, let me get the trial back then. Cancel that. Right, where are we now? Cancel that. Right. This is the defense on, so I don't know. She got cut off. She got cut off, so fuck her. We don't care about her anyway. So, right, let me. Because once I've done this, I've got it for 15 minutes. That's what I'm trying to do, Ken. That's what I'm trying to do. Hey, you know what I'm doing. Yeah, you know it. All right, hang on. Let me put a chapter in here, or Murph will start shouting again. 0. Defense. And then there's no going back then. I'll stick my finger in it. Copy, paste, save. Right, here we go, people. Oh, thank you, Katie. Thank you, everybody. Right. Right, here we go. Let me share this now. Some people have left. It's all good. You leave, people. We got the regulars here. Loving it. Love it. I love the people that don't give a shit about the trial, just care about what's going on. Oh, hey, Amy, I'll give you a summary now. I'll give you a summary now, Amy. Once I can find the frigging thing. You literally missed nothing, Amy. We're on opening statements. I can't find the bloody thing, though. Can't find it. Oh, here we go. I got it. Let me increase the volume. I'm about to stick my finger in this hole, Amy, so I'm gonna cup, sorry. So what it's about is so the case is about so case is a retrial, okay? And it happened last year. This guy and another guy were on trial together. The other guy was found guilty. This guy, it was a mistrial, as if they couldn't deadlock between the juries. It's a triple homicide trial. Last time it took a week, so similar to this one probably. So triple homicide, killed 3 people over allegedly $600. So, and we're right at the start. We're right at the start, Amy, my darling. Amy's my darling. We're right here, Amy. So that's the LC. That's what we're here for. So let's go. And I'm gonna put my pain in this boiling water and I don't know. Do you know what? I think we do. I think we do. Oh, thank you, Toots. Yes, antibiotic. There we go. Right, let's go. Yeah, this is Mew's lawyer. This is Mew's attorney. Right, let's go, people. It does. It is him. It is him, Erin. It is him. What? But I pulled something out of it. It's now been infected. Yes, I put salt in the water, Robin. Don't you worry. Yes, here we go. Here is Aaron Nelson. Here we go. Right, everybody, let's go. Now I need to find the thing. And I'm going to put my thing in here.
She doesn't blame the violent man who put a gun to her head and threatened her. She doesn't pick the violent man who, after this all happened, sent her a text and said, "Don't talk. Don't talk or else." She doesn't pick that. And I think over the course of this week, you may come to, we'll all come to, absolutely understand that choice that she made. I think the evidence is going to make clear that that's the rational choice. The choice a human being makes to save themselves, to protect themselves. And now, when she's up there in that chair, testifying, you may understand it, you may appreciate it, but that doesn't mean you need to believe it. That's what this comes down to. Is that believable? The judges told you a couple of jury instructions that I just want to get you so you can start thinking about it, so you can put things into the context as you listen to it. The judges told you that it will be your duty to scrutinize the testimony that the judges told you that you will need to consider whether or not there is a reasonable doubt. The judges told you that a reasonable doubt is a doubt for which a reason can be given. So let me tell you about what the evidence is going to be and the reasons that you can consider. The reasons to doubt. And just to make sure that we're clear, as I go into this, the judges told you, and we'll get to see it again, that you can reconcile the evidence on any reasonable hypotheses consistent with Mia's innocence. You must do so and find him not guilty. So I want to tell you what our reasonable hypotheses is, because this is what happens. Amratnasak, Blackie, heartless, the man who Bridget Schlitt is deathly afraid of, a violent man who's threatening people with a gun, who's angry, who's tweaking out on meth, executes 3 people up at the floor. That's what happened. That's what the evidence is. At some point, like I said, Bridget Schlitt's going to be up in that chair. Before she was in this chair here in a couple of days, she'd been in that chair before and told the story under oath. Before she told that story under oath in 2023, she was in this chair talking to that man in 2021. But before she got in this chair, she was living a life out there, out into the world. And to understand why she said what she said in this chair, why she said what she said in that chair in 23, why she's going to stick to that story, I'm guessing, in 2024. You need to go back in time and understand who she was back then, what she did back then, what was her life like. So let me tell you a little bit from her, what I think is her perspective. She's a single mother who's living, as we heard, perhaps a dual life. A life that involves use of methamphetamine when she comes to the club. She'll tell you that she's a meth addict. She'll tell you in those 2 weeks before she gets into that chair after she's witnessed, letting everybody. She'll tell you how she got to know him. Who's Cam Ratnasack, right? Before I talk, let's just talk about who is Cam Ratnasack. This person is Blackie, this person who's called Heartless, right? Person that the state is going to call as a witness. He'll come here from prison. We don't know what he's going to say. We don't know that because I think everybody's going to agree. Everybody in this courtroom is going to agree. Everybody at that table is going to agree. He's a liar. He's not trustworthy. He's not credible. He's not to be believed. He coincidentally said something that's echoed by Bridget. We'll get to that. But who is that man? Here's what Bridget says she knows. So from her perspective, when she's in that chair, what does she know when she's out on the street? She knows he's a man that just recently got out of prison. He's a man that's new to this area, that's from a different area, and he's telling you here's of the cause. She knows that he's a violent man. She'll tell you that she told the police, don't cross Blackie.
Right, Lou, don't dip out. Right, if this guy does this through after this opening statement, I'm not carrying on. I mean, I can't handle that. I can't handle that breathing. So it's not you, Lou. I think everybody can't handle it. So I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt for now, and just think it's because of whatever reason. But I ain't doing that all trial. I can't do it. I know, Ken, I agree. James, it's annoying. So hopefully, killing me softly with his nose, killing me softly with his nose, killing me softly with his breathing. It is just too much. Lou, so that's what I mean, Lou Barber, not just you. Let's try and get through this and let's just see what happens. Now I got 3 fingers in now, so I'm having a difficult time here. So I am hoping it's because they've had to increase the mics to hear the attorney. So we'll see in the next 5-10 minutes. Oh, I can't even look because my left. Hang on. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to come back to this. This is at 6:43. Remember that, 6:43. I'm just going to skip forward to see if he carries on. Hang on.
Patrol Sergeant.
What do the job duties of a patrol sergeant include?
Supervising the on-shift deputies, various other tasks.
Sounds like it's gone.
Scheduling, patrolling.
It's gone. Yeah?
So you also
Gone.
patrol.
It's gone. So I think. What did I say? 6:46 was it? I think it's just that guy. So let's try and get through this opening, and then we're back. We're good.
Cross Blackie. He'll hurt you. She'll tell you, don't lie to Blackie. He'll hurt you. She'll tell you, he puts his hands on women. He'll hurt you. That's who Blackie is. When she shows up and she sits in this seat and talks to that man, you can't see it because it's covered up in makeup. She's got a black eye. Violence has been done to her. Blackie, she'll tell you, is an alpha male. First I thought of him as a leader. You know what? He's not a leader. That's a word that I think would inspire people to speak. He's not a leader. He's an alpha male that wants to dominate everyone, everything. He's come to a new place, a new community, and he's set to dominate. So how do we get there? We know out there, how do we get to that chair? We know out into the world, he's somebody that was looking for me. He's letting me. If you act, when Bridget comes up and testifies, and I believe that there's another prisoner that's going to testify as well, Michael Bennett. They will talk about this debt that Nemo had to pay. Bridget's going to say that Nemo owes Blackie. Michael Bennett is going to say that Nemo owes Blackie. Blackie's going to tell you, if he tells you what he said before, he's angry and he's pissed. His word, he's angry and he's pissed at Nemo Yang. Somebody who took his money. He's going to tell you that, she's going to tell you that she saw him in the parking lot at the motel, at the hotel, Holiday Inn Hotel. Here's what we know happened at that hotel, right? Bridget Schlick pulls up into a car. In the car, she's driving and she has 3 boys. Okay? In another car, we have the alpha male Blackie who's driving. And his passenger is me. They pull up. Blackie gets out of the car, pulls out his gun, points it at me. What you'll hear from Bridget is she'll say, she saw that. And then she strolls into the hotel and talks to people in the hotel. You're going to see her on that video. You're going to get a chance to see her after she makes observations of Blackie putting his gun to another man's head. You'll see her calmly walk into the hotel, calmly speak with her co-workers, and then walk back out. She walks back out, she'll say that Cameron Blackie puts a gun to her head, points it at her and says, follow me. At this point now, Nia is in Nemo's spot. Gun pointed at Blackie, Nemo is forced to get into Blackie's car. And the two then drive. Bridget's driving a car, Blackie's driving a car. And they're taking the 4 passengers, so there's 6 of them, to go up to this place. We know that at the quarry, Blackie gets out of the car and immediately pistol whips Trevor Malone. He's got the gun. It's his gun. He's doing violence with the gun. He's doing violence with the gun to a man who crossed him and lied to him, and that's why he pistol whips. There's no they. It's Blackie. Blackie orders these 3 young men to get on their knees, empty their pockets, and to crawl to a particular place. He is the ultimate alpha evil. Bridget's a witness to this. Nia's a witness to this. What Bridget will say is she thought there was going to be, what she'll say is a beatdown. Maybe that's why she was not scared when she saw the gun come out. Maybe that's why she looked the way she did when she walked into the hotel. Because she could not imagine a world in which this execution takes place. She thinks there's going to be only be done. There's going to be no evidence that there was a plan, no evidence that anybody talked about this, other than King. King gets there, he threatens Bridget, points the gun at her head, right? Because at this point he knows Trevor lied, Trevor got pistol whipped, Bridget had lied, get to that, Bridget had lied to him, she shows up at the police with a black eye. Bridget says, points the gun at her and says, do what I say, or it will be you. Then, the shooting occurs. And that's, I think, ultimately what you're going to need to decide is in this little box here, the shooting. Okay? I think we have uncontroverted evidence about Blackie being the alpha male, violent leader. He's got the gun, he's got the motive, he's got everything. He's in charge, he's driving people. And then we have this moment in time where two of the state's witnesses are going to say, everything changed. And then we'll come to after that moment in time. It's back to Blackie threatening people, Blackie getting rid of evidence, Blackie creating a world in which other people are blamed. During that time that Bridget's out on the street, on the 20th and the 21st, this occurs at about 2 a.m. on July 23rd of 2021. Okay? So a couple of days before that, she's on the phone on the 20th and the 21st with Blackie. The phone records, you'll see them, they speak, they communicate, they're talking, speak for a couple of hours on each day. Sometimes when she's at work, sometimes when she's not. There may also be texts, I'll get to that, where you won't get the opportunity to see any of those text communications. Because Bridget, the choice to protect herself, leaves them. On the 20th and 21st, she's communicating with this man, she's talking to him, and she is she's clearly connected to Pam Ratkinson 48 hours before the execution. She has a phone, and in her phone, she lists him as a contact. London Bridge is falling down. Like that. I don't know if it makes sense, but London Bridge is falling down. London Bridge is falling down isn't just a contact in her phone, it's her emergency contact. So we're going to get to ask her about this relationship and how it escalated over those 2 weeks to get to be that she's now afraid of him and sleeping with him, and he's somebody that's her emergency contact. That all happens just before we get to the 23rd. We see what, as I told you, we talked about what happens on the 23rd leading up to the 4th. And then you have this window of time where you're going to need to ask, who's the shooter? Who's the shooter? Is there reason to doubt that it's Mia? Does it make more sense that it's Black? That's the first question you're going to need to ask. Here's what happens after that moment in time. Blackie picks up the phone and he starts calling Bridget. Right? The phone records are clear. Blackie's got a phone, he's trying to call Bridget. And Bridget doesn't answer the phone. Makes sense. I would imagine you're thinking, that makes sense. If that person just saw somebody execute 3 men, is she going to pick up that phone from that person? She says she doesn't pick up the phone. She says what she receives is a text message after she doesn't pick up the phone from Blackie, in which Blackie sends her a text that says, don't talk. The only reason we know about that is her word. We don't know exactly what that text said. She deleted that. After she receives that text from, who I submit to you, the shooter that says, don't talk, she picks up her phone. She then calls her good friend, Mia. She calls the person who's in the same boat she is, who's just witnessed this horrific act as a bystander. She calls and she speaks with him for 9 minutes. So, how does she get from there, the quarry, to this chair? Already when she's on the phone, she, like any human being, is thinking of what is she going to do. She gets to that chair, and beforehand she says she wants to protect herself. When she eventually gets to that chair, she'll tell you she's motivated, she has a reason to protect herself. That's what she's doing, that's what any human being does. And so the first thing she does is she drives to the Holiday Inn, and parks in the parking lot where there's a camera that records her. And you won't have to watch all 4 hours where she sits in her car in the parking lot and contemplates life or death or sleeps or is overwhelmed. She sits there for that 4 hours. That's the first thing that she does to protect herself. After some moment in time, she eventually leaves from there about 8 a.m. She gets to the police station about 12. In those 4 hours, she does other things to protect herself. She'll tell you that she had 2 8 balls of meth. She had these 8 balls of meth that she'd gotten from one of the young men that was at the court. She'd gotten these 2 8 balls of meth. And there's a lot of names. Michael Bang, another prisoner that you're going to hear from. We have the 3 young men, they're connected to Michael Bang. Michael Bang had talked to Bridget Schlitz about get those 2 8 balls of meth. She's doing that work for another prisoner to get those 2 8 balls. When she's sitting in that car in the parking lot, and the video's watching her, before she goes to the police station, she goes and gets rid of those 2 8 balls of meth. She'll tell you she does that to protect herself, and she does it to save it for later. What she doesn't do is she doesn't take the meth and throw it down the toilet. She doesn't take the meth and get rid of it. She doesn't take the meth to the police. She takes the meth to a friend's house and puts it there for safety. And what she'll tell you, if she tells you what she told us before back in 2023, what she'll tell you is the reason when she went there, I believe it's a Tim Marks. When she goes there, she tells Tim Marks what happened. She tells him what she saw. She tells him about this box that we're trying to figure out what happened. What you won't hear is Tim Marks here come here and corroborate it. But she told him the same thing that she's going to tell you. He's not going to be here to corroborate her. After she gets rid of the meth, she then goes to the police station. She's there, she's in that chair, and she's in that chair for 11 hours. Right? There's times when she's sleeping in that chair, she comes back a couple of days later. But in those first 3.5 hours, we're going to get into some of the details because it's important for you to know whether there's reasons to doubt what she said there. You need to know what she said here. And when she was there, she immediately minimized her involvement. She says, I was there, they put a gun to my head, I left, I don't know what happened, I found out about it on Facebook. She says she doesn't know who the 2 people are. She minimizes her involvement. She doesn't tell them about deleting text. She doesn't tell them about the mess. She doesn't tell them about having sex with Blackie. And slowly, she sits there maybe starts contemplating things, she starts to add little bits. And the story's starting to come out, but they're having to pull it out. Really having to pull it out of her. She's reluctant to talk about it. It might be the trauma. But it also is undoubtedly that she's protecting herself. And about 4 hours into it, she's asked about that. She then says, well, Blackie is Mia Tao. Asked to describe Mia Tao, she says, he's a short, bald baby. Blackie is a violent man who shouldn't cross the first. She makes a safe choice to protect herself. She's deathly afraid. And as she'll tell you, she's afraid that she's going to be in trouble for being an accessory to murder. Because as we'll come to learn, she's somebody who drove to the quarry. She's somebody that's connected to Blackie in the most intimate way human beings connect with each other. She's worried not only about what Blackie might do to her, she's worried about the consequences with the police based upon her involvement. She'll tell you that her motive was to protect herself. Now, fast forward in time when she's in that chair to a couple of days later, a week later, somewhere in there, the end of July, and Mr. Leinfelder, the police, they have Cam Rattensack, also known as Harper, also known as Harper. They have him. He's been arrested. He comes and he sits in this chair, right? He sits in this chair and he talks to the police. And again, to evaluate what he says now and evaluate what he said in 2023, you need to know not only who the man is, but what he said back in 2021. Because the judge will tell you, do you have reasons to doubt? And it's your job to scrutinize his testimony. Here's what he'll tell you his motivations were. He says it right on a recording. He says to the police, what's going to keep me out of prison? They say, tell me the story, and his version is, what's going to keep me out of prison? Almost immediately he asks for immunity. That is, he wants some sort of protection. He wants a deal. He wants something in exchange. This is transactional for him. This is an alpha male who out on the street uses force, but now in this seat, he thinks he can use his head and outsmart the state, outsmart the investigator. They tell him when he's wanting to seek immunity, how do we know that you're worthy? That's the word they use, worthy, worthiness. They tell him, you need to prove to us you're not a cold-blooded killer. And when he's there in response to that, and he's sitting in that chair talking to Mr. Leinfelder, he's got to decide what he's going to say. What we know he says is this: I'm afraid to tell you. He says, I'm afraid to go back to prison. Mr. Leinfelder tells him, well, just tell us your story. To which Blackie says, but it doesn't help me. Mr. Leinfelder isn't getting much progress in getting Blackie to talk about his involvement in that shooting, in that execution. But he knows that he has a bit of information, and that information is Bridget. So he talks about Bridget, and he says, he spoke with Bridget. Now remember, there were 6 people, right? There was 4 in this car, 2 in this car to start with, okay? Bridget and the 3 boys, Cam and Rattensack, Blackie, and Mia Tao. two of them switch, right? So all of a sudden they come into there, but at the end of the day, there's still 6 people that go there. 3 of them are executed by a cold-blooded killer. We know that. 3 wounded warriors. One of them is the cold-blooded killer, and 2 of them are either party to the crime or they're bystanders. Cam knows this. Cam's sitting in that chair, and Cam's statement to the police is, "I'm afraid of the truth." They tell him, "Well, we talked to Bridget." And one of the things you might ask yourself is, when you hear that they talked to Bridget, does he say, "Thank God you spoke with Bridget, you'll know the truth"? Does he say, "Well, Bridget will tell you, I didn't shoot"? Does he show any signs of relief whatsoever to say, this is where I'm going to avoid prison? No, he does not. He says he's afraid, essentially, of what Bridget's going to say. He says, it's a lose-lose situation for me. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Damned if he does tell the truth. Damned if he doesn't, because you'll have Bridget's version. Now remember, when he's in this chair talking to line cover, he doesn't know what Bridget says. He knows what the truth is. He knows his role in that truth. He doesn't know what Bridget says. He doesn't know at that time that he has the good fortune of an evil man who had created an environment in which women recant against him. You're going to hear from him that this is somebody that has done violence to women in the past. You're going to hear from him that, and from Bridget, knowledge about women recant. He does bad things to women. Women won't talk to the police. Women change their story to the police. Whether it's Stacy in Wausau, whether it's Sarah Horton south of here, or whether it's Virginia Creedle in Georgetown. He's created an environment in which he can manipulate people, especially women. But even he in that chair doesn't think of his good fortune. He's worried about what Bridget says. So, at the end, he tells a story that is essentially what I had told you. He had the gun, he had the motive, he had the reason, he did the violence, he threatened people with a gun, and then his version is, as soon as they got up to the quarry, he does all of these bad things. He points the gun at people, he puts them on their knees, he walks them to the space where they get executed. He has the gun in his hand. And the story that he's going to try to sell to you, the story that he used to dupe the police, the story that he's going to tell you is, I just put the gun in my car, and I was worried my Bluetooth on my phone wasn't connected to my car. So I just got back into my car, and I just sat there, was trying to connect my phone to my car. And then, I don't know what happened. Mia got into the car, and then we drove off. That's what the story he told to the police. That's the story he said in the 23rd, or in 2023. That's the story he's going to try to sell to you. That when this event here that is unknown happened, he put the gun down, walked away. This alpha, evil, violent man. Of course, again, it's our reasonable hypothesis that Blackie, who was high on meth, tweaking, he shoots them because they lied to him, because they crossed him, because they stole from him, because he wanted to dominate. Now, I'm going to come back to you probably next week where I can talk more about the law. You might hear both sides, tell you the reasons why we think you should vote in a particular way. The things to think about between now and then are what the judge is going to tell you with the law, right? We talked about this in jury instruction. You need to apply the law. And so the judge has told you about party to the crime. The theories under which Llandysul or anybody could be guilty of that, that they directly committed it. Who's the shooter? What happened in this box that we're talking about? Who did that? Alternate theory is that a person aids and abets the shooter. They help the shooter. The alternate theory number 3 is that person was acting in a conspiracy. Now the state is going to call the 2 witnesses, right? There's 6 people at the scene, one's a cold-blooded killer, and 2 people are witnesses. They're going to call people that they say witnessed this, and they're going to call Llandysul by a homeless man that cold-blooded killer. They're going to say Bridget Schlick and Cam Rattensack say it's him. It has to be him. That's their story about who's the shooter. Now, in a week, they might come up here and say, well, we don't know who the shooter is. You might have reasons to doubt Bridget Schlick. You might have reasons to doubt Cam Rattensack. If it's all submit to you, there will be ample reasons to doubt their shooter. And then you might see them switch gears. Say, okay, well, even if he's not the shooter, he helped in some other way. And so as we're going through the trial, I want you to listen for certain things if you could. You can listen for anything, right? You're going to find out what you want to hear. But is there going to be any evidence of a plan? All right? Will there be any evidence of a plan? Because what Bridget Schlick will tell you from that day all the way up until when she comes here that day, she thought there was going to be a beatdown. That's what she thought. And that, like Mr. Weinfelder said, well, that makes you a bystander. That's what the police told her. If you didn't know that there was a plan, if you were just there because you're witnessing, you're a bystander. And as the judge will tell you, a bystander is not guilty. There's going to be zero evidence that there's a plan from anybody that's going to talk about this, other than a plan to Cam wanted to beat these guys up. That's what they thought. Neither Schlick nor Mr. Vang or Blackie, none of them are going to say that there was a plan to execute. Now, the reason that's important is what we talked about beforehand. What happened if Bridget Schlick is a bystander because even though she helped him by driving people there, if she lacked knowledge of the execution that he did, that Cam Rattensack did, she's not a party to that crime. She knows that, and when she sits in that chair, she'll tell you she knows that. She'll tell you she's worried still about being an accessory to murder, and that's what motivates her testimony. So what you'll need to hear is what makes Mr. Tao, other than his gender or his race, what makes Mr. Tao different from Bridget Schlick as a witness to this evil act that this evil man did when he was high on meth in the ministry. One other thing that you're going to learn about from Mr. Schlick that others haven't got to hear in the past is that, or excuse me, from Mr. Rattensack, Blackie. When Blackie was in jail, after he gets done talking to the police, they put him in the La Crosse County jail. And when he's in the La Crosse County jail, he's with somebody called, it's Michael Luca. L-E-W-K-K-O. Might be mispronouncing it. Luca. You're gonna hear from that prisoner, right? The person who was a prisoner. He's gonna come here and say, I was in a jail cell with Cam Ratnasak after this homicide. You're gonna hear that he goes to mental health professionals and say, I'm with the guy who did the shooting. And then those health professionals tell that to Mr. Leinfelder. Mr. Leinfelder goes to ask him about it. You'll hear about what Mr. Leinfelder says, which might give you reasons to think Mr. Leinfelder was skeptical of what Mr. Lucas said. So what Mr. Lucas says is, I'm in a cell with Cam Ratnasak, but I'm talking to Nia Tao across the hall, across another space. And when he's talking to Nia Tao across it, he says he hears Nia Tao say, they did it. They're going to bring forward a witness who's going to say he was in with Cam Ratnasak. Not Cam Ratnasak who told me. It's not Blackie who gave them information about what happened. That's not how Mr. Lucas got the knowledge. It's not from watching television. It's not from reading the criminal complaint. They're going to pitch to you, they're going to sell to you that this man in a jail cell is going to tell you, Nia yelled across the hall, yelled across something else to this other person and said, I did. And the only person you're going to hear from the jail about that is Cam Ratnasak's bunkmate, roommate, cellmate. I don't know if they're actually in the same cell, but they're in a pod together. That's what they're going to bring to you. Because Blackie, the alpha male, he dominates. He wants to continue to dominate. The one good thing that you will learn at the end of this is Blackie was sitting in there. Since the last time Blackie got into that chair and testified, after he tried to dupe and manipulate others, since that time, he's come into this courtroom to that judge, and he said he's guilty. He said in this courtroom to that judge, he's guilty. I don't know what he's going to say now to you. I don't know. But I know he's in prison for a long time. And even though we might not need to be afraid of that evil man, Bridget still is. Bridget still needs to protect herself. Because when Bridget made those statements in that chair to Mr. Leinfelder, and Bridget made statements under oath to others in this courtroom, she committed to a story. And if she changes that story now, Bridget knows she's in trouble. Over the next week, you're going to hear all kinds of evidence of this evil man who does violent things. And you're going to have reasons to doubt the story that the two people who were sitting in that chair, who were connected, who had reasons to lie, that they tried to sell to protect themselves. And in the end, the reasons to doubt are going to require you to vote not guilty. Thank you.
Right. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat, shall we? What we feeling? What we feeling, people? I've chat's gone all quiet. That's never a good sign. When El Chatty goes quiet, that's always a sign to me that people are bored or they don't want to. What are we thinking? So I got two options for you. Right? We watch this trial, which is fine. The downside of this trial is the breathing, which I'll give you. and also the mic situation. Difficult. I want to give options. I'm not sure if this trial. I'm going to give the chat. El Chatty's going to choose. El Chatty's going to choose what we do from now on, right? For today or tomorrow. Joe's not feeling happy days. Look, I'll be honest with you, I'm not feeling it. So there's another trial on, right? We'll do a vote. I'll be doing a poll, people. I'll be doing a poll, right? I do not know. I do not know if this is going to be shown, but Court TV says it's going to be. Well, it's on. Right, let me show you. This is another option. It starts tomorrow, so this is an option for tomorrow. I do not know why it was a mistrial. I was half listening, to be quite honest with you. And also, this is in Erin Hack country. They talk like this. Can you summarize what's happening? I could, Angelina, but I don't actually know myself. He's been accused of murdering 3 people, but I'm not 100%. I zoned out a bit as well, Lou. Right. There's this. Also, mods, speak up, mods. You know, you're always chopsies. You know, you got plenty to say, mods. Share screen. Well, I could, but I don't really know. Yeah. I just try to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. Right, so there's another trial on here. I think this is Iowa. I know. He was putting me off. I've actually got a headache now as well. Hey man, this is Erin Hack down the tubes. We're going down the tubes, everybody. Erin, if you want to pee in the river, Apple River. Erin Hack. Your version of my accent makes me sound like I am from Transylvania. The tubes, Erin Hack down the tubes. Where they pee in the river. Pee pee. Erin Hack's peed lots of times in that river. Right, Webster County, Iowa. The elder of 2 brothers accused of their father's death. So this is 2 brothers accused of murdering their father. Standing trial in Iowa. Alec Jones, 26, is charged with first-degree murder in the April shooting death of 55-year-old Dennis Jones. Alec's brother, 21-year-old Nathan Jones, is charged with aiding and abetting murder in the first degree. The brothers are being tried separately, with Alex standing trial first. Okay. A mail carrier found Dennis's body in a roadside ditch on April 26th, according to the Fort Dodge Police Department. An investigation. Oh shit! My keyboard. Investigation determined Dennis was fatally shot at another location, then dumped in the ditch. The brothers were arrested that day. An affidavit obtained by Court TV accuses Alec of shooting Dennis numerous times and committing this act with prior planning and attempts to conceal his activity with the help of Nathan. Jury selection began Tuesday, August 6th. And in Alex's trial, opening statements are expected on Wednesday. Wednesday is tomorrow. So that's an option. I think we're all delirious after that. Yeah, I'm delirious. Definitely delirious after that. I don't know. So it doesn't seem like nobody liked that other one. It doesn't seem like anybody liked it. There's no fans, I don't think, of that one. So I'm not averse to dumping trials. I don't normally dump trials, if I'm being honest, but I'm not averse to it. Is it averse? Adverse? 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 Averse? Do you know what I'm saying? Adverse? Adverse? Averse? How do you say that word? Adverse. I'm not adverse. Is it even a word? Am I making a word up? Adverse. I'm not against, I should say. Dumping trials. It did sound interesting on paper, but I've generally got a headache now. I just got gifted a membership to Dr. Ketchup's channel. There you go. There you go. Novice. Novice. That's the start. That's someone inexperienced, isn't it? Is that someone inexperienced? Novice. I don't feel like I knew a single thing about defendant from his own attorney's opening. I lost interest in it, to be quite honest. And that's a good attorney. That was a Nikolai Mew attorney. He has a good attorney. Laughing my fucking ass off. You were cracking me up today. Oh, hey, I like that. I like that. If as long as I'm cracking you up, that's the main thing. You were right the first time. A verse. Whether you say a word too many times, it never sounds right. No, a verse. I then thought it was an adverse. Where's this one? I don't know. Iowa. With a corn. The corn is there. Tercia, sorry, I'm looking. Just busy. No, it's all good. You don't have to say anything. It's all good. A little inexperienced. A little bit inexperienced. It's all good, hippie chick. Joe agree. I easily follow the prosecutor, but I couldn't have followed the defense attorney. Well, that's not a good sign, is it, RP? The breathing threw me off my ears. How would you do with people that snore? Do you guys snore? Because that guy definitely snores. That guy definitely snores. How we going? It's 5:30. Hey, hang on, because it's 5:30 in your part of the world. Let's go, Steph. Hang on. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hakak, ole. Erin hakak, ole. Let's go, Erin hakak, ole. Erin hakak, ole. I played that for you, Steph. Steph likes the Erin Hack song, so. It's late in the day. No, I just think he was the. I think he was the him. I think it was the courtroom. Angelina, I sleep in a separate room because my hubby snores so bad. There you go. I knew you all would. My father's. Well, I'm bad as well. My mother says the same. She's got to sleep in another room. I kick my husband's leg and act like I'm sleeping when he snores. I love it because normally you got to go sleep first, don't you? You got to go sleep first. Lol. You're my all-night friends. Oh my fucking god, my day is made already. That's gonna be hard to be. There you go, Steph. There you go. Go on, Steph. When my dog snored, it was super cute. When it's a human, not so much. I know, I can imagine. Dogs do it. It's like, what? That's fine. A guy does it. It's like, get the friggin' hell out of you. That's my experience. I've got bruises. I snore a little bit. I don't think I snore that bad. Also, women say that, oh, we don't snore. Shut up. Women snore. Let me just tell you. Hey, Ken. Hey, Barbie. Hey, Ken. Hey, Barbie. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Ken is plastic. Something plastic. I can do my hair. Wave it everywhere. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, ooh. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ooh. I don't know the rest of the song. How did we final trial day one? What's this crime? This trial we're ditching it. We're ditching it. With the Chile, I can't handle it. So I think we're going to try and do another trial tomorrow. If not, I have got on the back burner a 3-day murder, well, 2 and a bit day murder trial that we can do in a day if it comes to it. But yeah, I think we ditched this. If the other one's on tomorrow, we'll do the other one. And hope it's good. And it sounds all right. Son murdered his father. Sounds all right. So fantastic. Ba-da-ba, made in plastic. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. I shoved a cookie in my husband's mouth one time. He woke up and started chewing. Bev. My husband likes to call me whenever I snore. Because normally women go, oh, we don't snore. We don't snore. It's like, oh, want to bet? Audio. Let's go party. Yay. There you go, Lisa. Perfect work, boss. There you go. Lisa, it's works. Do you see Boone's Heroes and bloody classic? Yeah, no, watched it this morning. We watched a fair few things today. We wanted to watch the Alexi Trevize, but that's been postponed for now. Going to be pushed forward now a fair bit. So we'll see what happens there. Lisa loves it. There you go, Lisa. Well, what do you want to do? Is there anything? Because I can't get into the trial. I can't get into that trial. We've done a 5.5 hour trial. Stream. We've done an hour and a half, so 5, 6. I've done a 7 hour, 10-minute stream today. So it's not been too bad. Oh! Let me just. So yeah, he was right. Let's see if they come back with a sentencing. Hey, Shari D, how you doing, my darling? Okay, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Some of the Benefield Court TV stuff is really good. I found. I'll look at Ashley. Hang on, let's go Judge Boyd first of all, and then I'll go and find the Ashley Benefield attorney thingy. I think they're doing another trial. I ain't doing this trial, that's for sure. Hang on. Oh no, this might be the witnesses. Hang on. This might be the witnesses. Hang on then. Let me just check. Yes. This is a sentencing period. Right. We will watch it at some point, Angelina. Hang on. This is a sentencing now for this guy. The Castro guy. Let me put it 1.25 as well. It can't be asked. She's muted herself. Come on, Judge. Unmute yourself. Hang on. Let me skip forward a bit then. Oh, what are you doing, Boy D? She's not. Oh, here she goes.
All right, you're still under oath. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Bianca Martinez.
State.
At this time, the state's going to offer State's Exhibit number 109 into evidence. It was USA insurance documents related to this case. There was a business records affidavit, a notice of business records affidavit that was provided to defense about a month ago. I can have the defense.
Yeah, maybe inspect it, Your Honor.
Hang on a minute. So yeah, we are sentencing. He was found not guilty of manslaughter, Steph, but found guilty of criminal neglect, homicide, or something. The lesser charge he was found guilty on. So Crystal's like, I'm ready for some action. Hey, hey, Crystal. You keep me going on work. Let's go. Hey, Crystal, let's fucking go. You looking for action, Crystal? Let's fucking do it, girl. Let's go. We're all family here, Ken. You're right. Steph wants some action as well, same as Crystal. Let's go. So this is a sentencing period. There's witnesses going up, and I believe the jury get to decide the sentence. I believe.
That's
meet hearsay within hearsay that's contained throughout these documents. And so we'll object on that basis.
State.
But Your Honor, I can get to establishing the hearsay within hearsay portion of that. If I get a moment to state this.
Yes.
Sergeant Martinez, have you had a chance to look over the documents that are contained in that binder?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to the audio recording that's accompanied with, that was accompanied with the documents in that binder?
Yes, sir.
And what was that audio recording?
The audio recording, what was it of?
Yes.
It was a conversation between the defendant and the USA claims representative.
And there's a transcript in 109 of that conversation. Have you been able to compare the transcript and the recorded conversation to one another?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to recognize the defendant's voice?
Yes.
And were you able to follow along with the transcript along with the audio recording?
For the most part, yes.
What do you mean for the most part?
I was the audio recording was a bit choppy, but I was able to follow along with the written transcript.
Was that written transcript, is it a true and accurate copy of what was in that audio recording?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
May I take this witness on board? Sure. So Sergeant Martinez, I think what you just stated was.
You may have a seat.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
I think what you stated was is that you couldn't hear the recording in some parts, so you followed along with the transcript. Is that right?
No, sir. I followed along simultaneously.
Yeah. And maybe I misheard. Did you testify that the recording was choppy and that you had trouble hearing the recording?
A bit choppy in some parts, yes, sir.
Right. And you didn't do the transcript, nor do you know who made that transcript?
No.
And that transcript is not an official court reporter's transcript or certified as an official transcript for court purposes.
I'm not aware of that.
And the as far as what was choppy, I guess when you're saying that it was choppy, you're saying that you had difficulty hearing, but you look at the transcript, which helped you to be able to hear it.
The audio just cut in and out very briefly at times, but I was still able to follow along with the written transcript.
Well, without that transcript, you would not have been able to hear where it cut out.
As far as the words,
Yeah, if you didn't have the transcript, you wouldn't have been able to hear it at the parts where it was cutting out.
I don't believe it cut out long enough at any point in time where it cut out whole words.
But there were partial words, I guess, and I'm just trying to understand. So there were partial words that were cut out that you weren't able to hear, but the transcript aided you in being able to hear what those words were.
I feel like for pretty much the entirety, I was able to recognize the words that were on the written transcript and the audio words from the audible transcript or the audible recording.
I understand. Your Honor, I guess at this time, that's not the only hearsay within hearsay issue, but I do believe that including a transcript that is not a certified transcript, that this witness cannot testify where the transcript came from, who did the transcript, and all of those things. There's rules about transcripts, and when they're offered in a court of law, they have not followed those rules, and so therefore we do not believe that that should be admitted. Additionally, that's not the only part where there's hearsay and hearsay. There's a lot of letters back and forth from lawyers. There's legal documents. There's other things that all qualify as hearsay within hearsay. I don't.
With regards to the letters, can I have parties approach, please?
Dr. Martinez, have you had an opportunity to look at the documents that are involved in states 109?
If you're referring to that large binder, yes.
109A precise. Well, I'm going to show you part of what's in a 109A. Have you had an opportunity to see this email?
Yes.
And who's the email sent by?
It's sent by the defendant
And who's it to? Can you tell?
to USA to claim their claims.
Okay, would you be able to read what the email says?
I'm sorry, I object to hearsay. I'd like to take the witness on the dire about how she could identify that that email was sent by the defendant.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be overruled.
speculation as well, as far as the fact that she can't identify. We don't have any evidence.
All right, state, lay the foundation if possible.
Are there any other emails here where the defendant identifies himself?
Yes,
Okay, and what does he identify himself as?
by his name, Alexander Castro.
All right, objection is overruled. You may proceed.
If you could read, beginning from where I'm pointing.
Sorry, the font's little. Hello, anything yet on the photos or even a response? I have tried calling, but have not yet been able to speak with her. Is there anything you can do on your end because this has dragged on long enough? I will keep calling, but maybe you'd be able to as well, or be able to speak to her supervisor. The number is 210-207-7385. Detective Ramirez or the SAPD case number should get you in contact with someone. Like I said, I will keep trying as well. Thank you.
So it mentions there that it's been dragging on for long enough. What was the date that this email was sent?
This date shows September 13th of 2022.
And how long after the crash here was this sent?
That would have been less than 2 months.
And there's a phone number that was given out in the email. What was that phone number?
That's the phone number to the traffic investigation detail.
And have you had an opportunity to look at the other emails that are contained in this binder?
Yes.
And in states 109A, are there other conversations about reaching out to you regarding photos for processing the claim?
Your Honor, object to hearsay if it's not the statements of the defendant.
All right, if it's not the statements of the defendant, that will be sustained.
Are these emails sent?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may we have an instruction for the jury to disregard?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the last question. You may proceed.
If it's moves from Mr.
Denied.
Does the defendant in other emails talk about the claim being processed?
Yes.
And does it create context for what he's talking about here about the claim dragging on for too long?
Yes.
Your Honor, I just object to hearsay again. It's a backdoor way of hearsay where he is speaking about things that the court has sustained.
All right, overruled. You can answer the question.
Yes.
I'm just going to show you one other section in states 109A. What am I showing you here?
This is the transcript of the audio conversation that I reviewed.
And have you had a chance to read the transcript recently?
Yes.
And what detail? Well, one, who's a part of the transcript?
So it's the claims representative from USA, and it's the defendant, Alexander Castro.
And does it indicate when did this conversation take place?
Uh,
In here.
So here it's the USA representative speaking, stating who she's speaking to, and she states the current date for the conversation is July 29th, time at 2:11 p.m.
Well, what year? July 29th of what year?
No, I'm sorry, July 29th, 2022.
So how long after the crash was this?
That would have been 7 days later.
Okay. And in this transcript, is the defendant asked about what happened in the crash?
Yes.
And what does he indicate?
Basically, he gives similar details that he's not sure about a lot of the details. I don't know specifically what you're referring to.
Well, does he give an indication as to where he was going?
He said he was going home.
And you've had a chance to review Officer Morgan's body cam.
Yes.
And is what he said here in that transcript, is that different from what he said on the body cam?
Yes.
Well, what did he say on the body cam?
He told Officer Morgan that he was going to get a friend.
And are you aware, where does the defendant live? What city?
At the time of the crash, he resided in Shirts.
And in order to get home, would he have had to have taken 281 to get home?
No.
So speaking of defendant's location.
Can you wait until you get in front of the mic?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as state exhibit number 110. Do you recognize what this is?
This is the search warrant I filed for the defendant's vehicle.
Well, what specifically were you looking for in the defendant's vehicle?
I was requesting to retrieve, so the defense vehicle has two different modules. Aside from the airbag control module, there was a Bosch multimedia module and an LG OnStar module. So I was requesting to retrieve those two modules.
Well, can you explain, why would you want to get those two modules?
So the information that they store, those modules specifically are for the infotainment center, and most vehicles are in the center console area. So the large screen that everybody kind of navigates through for media navigation, just things like that for the vehicle. So all that information is stored in those modules.
And have you been trained to extract that information from vehicles?
Yes, I've been certified both as a technician and an analyst.
And is this state 110, is that a true and accurate copy of the search warrant that you submitted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and has it been altered in any way?
Does not appear. Yes.
Your Honor, state at this time would offer state's exhibit number 110 intended to defense inspection.
Your Honor, we do object to hearsay, and also we would need to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury.
All right, Massey.
Oh, excuse me.
I just skipped the hearing. I don't think we need to go through the hearing.
Were you able to obtain a search warrant in this case?
Yes.
We're nearly live, about 3 minutes behind. But I don't want to hear a hearing and then to hear the whole hearing again, if we can avoid it.
And what were you in particular looking for?
I wanted to extract the Bosch multimedia module and also the LG OnStar module from the Chevrolet Silverado.
And you may have answered this before, but are you trained in how to pull that data from vehicles?
Yes, I'm a certified technician and analyst for those types of modules.
And what type of training did you receive to be able to pull the data from these models?
I'll refer to my resume. So I received my Burla Vehicle System Forensics Technician and Examiner certification. That was back in March of 2022.
Can you explain to the jury what's Burla?
So Burla is the company that basically provided the training. They also provide the software and the hardware in order to download those hard drives.
And what exactly would the program show if one were to download this data from here?
It's make and model dependent. For the most part, it shows navigational data such as track logs. There'll be timestamps. Typically with the multimedia modules, there's information as far as connected devices to the vehicle. Some makes and models will even give us transcripts of text messages that are sent and received, audio recordings. There's a lot of various information that we can get.
And is this training in the program that you were trained on, is this something that's widely used in just any type of police or investigatory field?
To my knowledge, it was becoming more and more popular at that time. So now I imagine it's widely used. Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as state's exhibit number 111. Do you recognize this?
Yes. So this is one of the track logs that I was able to retrieve from the LG OnStar module.
And what vehicle were you able to retrieve this from?
This is from the Chevrolet Silverado.
And were you able to get any more information from the truck that verified or at least matched up with the information you see here?
Yes. So these these timestamps coincided with map. So whenever you open,
To her testifying from a document not in evidence.
All right.
Hearsay.
Sustained to hearsay.
Well, is this a true and accurate copy of the information that you obtained from the defendant's truck?
yes.
Your Honor, state would offer state's exhibit number 111.
Your Honor, we would object to speculation as to this witness's ability to extract it and request a 705 hearing as to her expertise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you wait in the back of the jury room. And I will probably bring you back no later than 3:15. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Yes.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Mr. Chumley.
Yes.
And Mr. Shaughnessy,
Yes, ma'am.
I will take you all up after we finish with this hearing outside the presence of the jury.
Thanks, super, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I start by, well, here, I'll ask this question first. Sergeant Martinez, I noticed that you've been looking at, I guess, some documents that you have as far as reminding yourself, I believe, of your trainings and your Burla training or whatever else is that. You have documents up there like that?
It's my resume.
Yes, and Your Honor, under the rules, I just asked that I be allowed to look at a copy of that.
Sure. Could you let defense counsel see your CV, please?
Yes.
All right, is there an extra microphone?
Oh, that,
Excuse me. Here you are. So you all won't have to be switching back and forth here.
Thank
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach and give her?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant Martinez, in particular, I think you referenced this as the LG OnStar module.
Yes.
And as far as the LG OnStar module, did you have any information that that the GPS track logs that were recovered, was that track logs that the defendant was inputting into the system, or was this being tracked without, I guess, without his input, if you know?
So that's not something that the module specified. It basically just gave me the time-stamped track logs.
So you were unaware if this module was tracking the defendant without his knowledge that he was being tracked?
It's a system that basically just pinpoints GPS points as you're driving.
Sure. And I guess the question I have is, you were unaware, though, that you don't know if this was tracking him without his consent or without his knowledge that he was being tracked. You don't know if that was the case or not.
I'm not sure if he was inputting the navigation or if it just recording navigation.
And are you aware that this system has any ability for somebody to opt out of being tracked at all times without their knowledge?
Usually OnStar is a service that you have to subscribe to. But as far as the module storing data, I'm not sure if it requires a subscription in order to record the data.
Okay. But did you check, or did you ask to see if he did subscribe to OnStar, the defendant?
No, I didn't check with OnStar.
Okay. So as far as you know, the OnStar could have been tracking him without his knowledge when he was going to these different locations that you pulled out of the module.
I imagine that's possible, yes.
And you understand that, for instance, if I put a tracker on somebody's vehicle without their knowledge, that could be a crime.
If a person does it, yes, yeah.
If a person or a company puts a tracker on somebody's vehicle without their knowledge, it could be a crime if they're not giving the person notice that they're tracking. Is that, you agree with that?
Okay.
Because you know that people have been arrested for putting unauthorized trackers on other people's vehicles.
Yes, like stalkers.
Like stalkers, right? And so as far as in this particular, just so it's clear for the record in the court, because the court hasn't seen this, Exhibit 111 that you were referring to basically is a page that gives you addresses that you're saying that the defendant's vehicle went to that evening before the crash.
I believe that one just has a date and timestamps and distances covered. I don't believe it details any addresses.
Okay. And did you, or was it your intent to provide testimony to the court and to this jury that you could tell which addresses that the defendant went to?
Not specific addresses. It gives locations. Typically, I can pinpoint it down to like roadways traveled, intersections, things like that.
Right. And would that be on a different document than states Exhibit 111? I'm sorry, you need to see it.
It's not on that document.
Yes, you can approach.
Okay. I think we got the answer. So the information you're talking about, is it your intent? Because I don't know. Is it your intent to testify about specific locations that you believe that the defendant went to?
If that's the questions that they're going to ask me, yes, I can.
Okay. So as far as Exhibit 111, is it your intent to testify that you extracted data from the vehicle that you were trained to extract from the OnStar, let me get it right, the LG OnStar module? And your intent is to say that you believe that the vehicle drove this many miles?
Based on the track logs, yes.
Right. You do not know who is driving the vehicle, though, based upon the information.
At those specified, not at all of those specified times, but the times go up until the time of the crash.
Which you do know he was driving at the time.
Correct.
But not before.
Not prior to, no, sir.
And do you remember discussing with Agent Peterson that your OnStar data that you recovered had time gaps of missing data?
I believe, yes, there was some time that was unaccounted for.
And because I know you've been trained to extract, but you have not been trained in the actual workings of how the OnStar module works as far as being able to diagnose why there was missing data or if it was working properly.
It appeared to be working properly. There weren't any errors that I received. Missing data, there's a lot of explanations for that, especially when it comes to GPS data.
Okay, sure. But I guess the idea is that you cannot say what the purpose or what, I mean, I guess what the reason is for the missing data in this case on this car that you extracted the data.
I can say that it did not appear to be a malfunction.
But you cannot say why there was missing data.
Correct.
And if we thought about like how long, it was almost, you would say almost a 2-hour time gap of missing data
From the track logs, yes.
from about 8:10 on the evening before the crash, on the date before the crash to 9:57.
I'd have to see the track log.
Yes. One more. What? Your Honor, may I first witness with the exhibit?
Yes.
I don't know the number and don't have a sticker, but I would ask to mark it next in order if the court does know what next.
All right, is it a defense exhibit?
It's a defense exhibit. Yes.
All right, for purposes of this hearing, you want to mark it as 3 with a letter? All right, defense? Ms. O'Gean,
Yes.
3A?
3A.
Okay, Judge.
Currently, and Carlos. I may approach it.
Yes.
Approaching with what I've marked as Exhibit 3A for the purposes of this hearing. Does this look like the email that you and Agent Peterson sent back and forth to each other?
It appears to be yes.
And I guess if you can look at the top part of that, does that help refresh your memory as to the times of the gap that you observed in the data?
Yes, I notated the time gap from the track log, and later we were able to fill in the majority of that time.
Okay, and was that time, as I said, 8:10 to 9:57?
Yes.
Well, I guess so. Okay. Your Honor, as to 111, this is all that I have. I do understand that they plan on offering the location data. And so I guess having the jury go in and out, and it looks like I'm the one that's making them keep getting up and going in and out. I would prefer, if the court is amenable to it, for us to just get all of this out right now while the jury's out, so we can have this hearing when the court can make the ruling on all.
Do you have any more questions about location data?
I do not have any more questions about 111, but they're going to offer 112, I believe, that's going to show specific locations.
All right, with regards to 111, the court will hear argument.
Yes, Your Honor. So I guess first and foremost, our objection that we are going to make is under 3823 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. The state cannot show that this data was not collected in violation of a law of the state of Texas, as 3823 states, that it can be a police officer or any other person. Person has been defined as corporation in the code. So a corporation can be considered a person for those, like a corporate person. And what we would say is that OnStar has collected data unbeknownst to a person, to the defendant, which is in violation of 3823. I understand under the Fourth Amendment that law has been interpreted that it is only state actors. However, in the state of Texas, if there is a violation of state law by any means or any person, then that can and should be excluded. So we're asking
So
for.
are you arguing that OnStar's collection of data is illegal?
I'm arguing that OnStar's collection of data without there being any proof that the person was notified that they were collecting data. Because in this case, if he had signed up for OnStar, I can understand that. But what the witness testified to is that they are collecting data even when somebody hasn't signed up. Or they could be collecting data even when a person has not signed up for the service. If you sign up for the service, you have to check off the terms of service. But if you have not signed up for that service, then they are collecting data without the person's consent or knowledge. And that is a crime in the state of Texas.
So you're arguing that OnStar is giving free services to everyone?
My understanding is that this is not the defendant was not using OnStar, and OnStar was surreptitiously tracking the defendant without his knowledge. He was not using their service. They have not provided any evidence that he was using their service, and I believe that he was not. The issue with that is that I think many people would be surprised to know that OnStar is tracking you even if you haven't signed up for their service. And that is what the witness testified to, that these modules will be tracking the person even if they have not signed up, which would be a violation under 3823, and this evidence should be excluded because of that.
All right, state.
Your Honor, there's been no evidence that OnStar collected this information through a violation of the law of the state of Texas. At this point, speculation that the law was violated. There's been no evidence that the defendant didn't know or that had no knowledge or anything of that sort. So we'd ask that the evidence be let in.
All right,
I do
defense, I'll give you your final argument.
I have, well, and I have further argument just as to the veracity of this particular data, moving past the 3823 argument. The witness did testify that there is an unexplained gap in the GPS and in the location services. That unexplained gap cannot accurately be explained by this witness. And so we would argue that this witness does not have the sufficient technical knowledge to be able to explain to the jury what it is. And finally, evidence of where he has gone at the, on the evening, and I guess at the time in question, is not relevant, and under 403, it should be excluded as well.
All right. The objection by defense is overruled. The court is performing a 404-3 balancing test. The court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial. Let's move on to the next issue. Is there something else that counsel that you find objectionable that the witness will be testifying to?
In conversations with the state, they have told me that they intend to offer the actual locations where the defendant was, and I would like to be able to 705 this officer on that particular issue.
All right, you may proceed.
Sergeant, I think that one of the things you testified to is that in addition to getting, I guess, the times of driving, even though you don't know if it were him driving, that you pinpointed some possible or potential locations. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the locations meaning like locations where he was or where you believe that the car was.
Where the vehicle was driving and parked.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I approach and retrieve defendants 3A?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gave it to them. In that situation, what you were able to testify to is that you cannot say exactly where a person is. You can just say they are in the general area or the general location of a place. You would agree with that?
Based on the data that I had, yes.
Right, because a person, if there are two shops next to each other and one shop is a dress shop and one shop is a suit shop, you wouldn't know which one that they were actually located at.
I was able to determine where the defendant was at a later time with other evidence.
With other evidence, but not with the evidence here.
Not solely with my evidence. I placed him in a general vicinity or at a location. Yeah, if there were multiple shops or bars or restaurants at that location, then I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact location solely with my information.
Sure. And so what you did was you had to rely on out-of-court statements from somebody else, namely Agent Peterson, who went to those locations. Is that correct?
Correct. TABC agent Peterson worked in assisting as far as getting further evidence.
And so TABC agent Peterson is the one that told you that I believe he was located here based on other evidence that's not included in what you were able to gather from the GPS data.
Correct. He provided sales receipts.
So you had sales receipts that were provided. Notably, though, there were no sales receipts in specific to the Hills and Dales establishment that you believe that the defendant was located at hours before the crash.
Nothing yet. To my recollection, nothing was obtained from Hills and Dales.
Okay, so what you're testifying to really is that for that location and others based solely on the GPS data, you could not testify to where the defendant's car was located without having that other information or without having those out-of-court statements from Agent Peterson that he made to you at the time of your investigation.
I could testify to where the vehicle was at the times from the track logs.
I guess when we say was, I'd like to be specific. You can testify to a general location, but you cannot testify to where it actually was solely based on these logs.
No, I can say where the vehicle was. If you're asking if I can say where your client was, then no.
Well, I guess what I mean is that even in where the vehicle was, there are different locations that the vehicle could have actually been located at. It doesn't go within like an inch. It goes within an area, a generalized location area that is, I guess, that is more than just the exact location.
They're within feet. The GPS track logs are within feet. So whenever the GPS is tracking it on the roadway, like on a specific roadway, I can say with absolute certainty that the vehicle is on that roadway.
That the vehicle is on that roadway,
Mm-hmm.
but not exactly where it is on that
Within feet.
Well, you're saying within feet. So sometimes you can tell within feet, but as you know from your training, with GPS locations, just like you don't know sometimes why there's a gap in the data, sometimes GPS location can be off by more than feet.
It's tracked within seconds, so it's doing a constant track log. That's the point of the track log. So it's not pinpointing a specific spot just at this time. It's doing it in a log. So every few seconds it's tracking, and that's why it shows up as a log, as a route per se.
Sure. But I guess what I'm saying is that if a car or a vehicle that is being tracked is stationary, then it is stationary. But there are sometimes you can tell within a few feet, and there's sometimes that the distance is actually further based upon GPS technology.
Yeah, not a substantial amount of difference in distance.
So you would say that if you testified, you could only say that a car was at a location. You could not say that the defendant was at any location based upon this.
Based solely on that information, no.
Your Honor, pass away.
State?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, court will hear argument.
Yes, Your Honor. We would renew our 3823 argument. I understand the court has overruled it, but we do have to keep asserting it. And so I guess may I assume that the court is also overruling me on the 3823 issue?
Well, I'll hear your argument.
Yes, Your Honor. So the same 3823 issue that he is being tracked, they have not shown, and nor did the witness even try to get any information that he had actually signed up for this service or that any of this was consensual or with the defendant's knowledge. But moving to the specifics of the location, this witness would have to rely on statements that are made to her, hearsay statements that were made by an out-of-court witness, used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, to wit, that the defendant was actually located in a specific place.
All right, and this out-of-court witness that you're speaking of, would that be an officer and a part of the investigation?
It would be a TABC officer, and it would not be a part of the investigation. The case law is pretty clear that the idea that information acted on, which is commonly used, can be used to explain why an officer went to a particular location or went to a particular place, but it cannot be used to show the truth of the matter asserted. And in this case, a very testimonial statement, which is from Agent Peterson, which is the defendant was located in this bar at this time. And so that's ultimately what we believe the state is trying to do, is say the defendant went from bar to bar to bar. But this witness cannot testify to that because she would have to use an out-of-court statement that is a testimonial statement that goes way past the information acted on exception or exemption to the hearsay rule. And so as far as this witness being able to do that, she does not have the sufficient information to be able to say that the defendant was in any of these places. And then because of that, showing that a vehicle was located becomes the probative value of that, without being able to say that the defendant was actually there. The probative value of that becomes way less, and the prejudicial danger of that becomes way more. And so now we have under 403 additionally, that if she is allowed, based upon hearsay, to say that the defendant was drinking at a bar, which is what we ultimately think that that's the purpose of this testimony, then she is being able to get that from hearsay and other things that do not qualify under hearsay exception.
Thank you. So the court is doing a 403 balancing test. The court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial. State, with regards to this witness, based upon what I've heard in this hearing, this witness cannot definitively say that the defendant was at a specific location or inside a location. So the defendant will not be allowed to testify that the defendant was at a specific location. However, if this witness is planning to testify, and I have no idea what she's planning to testify to, if she's planning to testify, for example, that the defendant was at location A, and at location A, just hypothetically, is Target, Walmart, HEB, then this witness can testify. Defendant was at the vehicle was at location A, and there's Target, there's Walmart, there's HEB in that vicinity. And then defense, you'll have to cross-examine. Is there anything else? All right, and
From
if
the
I could
defense,
have
I'm sorry.
parties,
I'm sorry, briefly, and I understand.
and if you'll give two to the state as well. And there's something else you wanted to add to the record, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, just so I can make clear, going back to the 3823, may I assume the court's overruled that
Yes.
objection? Thank you. And then may I have a running objection to all of these objections that I've made as to her testimony so that I don't keep having to stand up and object while she is testifying, only to the specific things that we've discussed here in the hearing.
You can make whatever objections you wish to make, counsel.
I understand. So, and I know it's within the court's discretion to give me a running objection. Is the court denying the running objection?
You can make whatever objection you wish to make, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so, any other questions? All right, so, off the record, I've just given you all the copy of what you requested from the charge. So those are the 2 pages. Those will be the last 2 pages. So it's page 5 and 6. So if you'll just remove the current pages and defense, that's adding the bias or prejudice that you wanted added. And then I'm going to take this plea up, counsels. We'll take the plea up, and then after I take this plea up, we will bring the jury in.
Right, because there's so much delay on it, I'll catch up on it. There's another thing I wanted to watch here, so we'll watch this instead whilst we're waiting. Oh my God. Cheese and rice, everyone. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Hands for you all. Hands, 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 hands. We love hands. We love hands. Hello, hands. So Hands has not been here for ages, right? And I love Hands, but she's got a excuse because she's running for local election. Like you can see her little profile says cable for council. So so she's got an excuse for not being here. I miss you, Hands. We all miss you. It's always great to have you here, but I understand your campaign comes first. Campaign comes first, Hands. I hope it's going well. I hope you're going to smash it. And yeah, pop in anytime. You know that, Hands. You're more than welcome here, but I know you're crazy busy. I see it. But I love you, Hands. You're awesome. And good luck to you, my darling, out there. It's great. You see, look at the chat looking after Hens. Look at, you see, I love all the mods, by the way. I give Hens. I've not seen Hens for ages, it seems. But yeah, I always miss the Hens. I always miss all the mods when they're off. Well, Aaron Hack maybe, but no, I always miss the mods when they're not here. Once her election's over and done with people, you get to know her. She'll be back in chat. She doesn't take any shit either, So yeah, it's always nice to see her. Nice, right? Shit. Hang on, bear with me, people. I'm gonna play in this. This is a sentencing, people. So. Hens. So Hens is Hens for you all. She's one of the mods. She's been a mod for months. So yeah. It's fried rice, cheese and rice. Nice to see everybody. You'll see more of her as we go along after her election. And who's last? Erin Hack. There she is. Right. Let me present this. This is Colorado, I believe. It's just a sentencing. I've not heard about this trial before, but it'd be interesting to see, I think, to see what's going on. Oh, I get excited for all my mods. I get excited whenever they're not here. All of them. Oh, trust me. Even Erin Hack, I would get excited for if I didn't see her for a few days. But it's Hens. I'm advocating for chickens in our city. She is. She has chickens in her garden, which grandfather rule, but everywhere else where she lives is not allowed to have chickens. So that's one of the reasons. She's a great campaigner. She also, over Christmas stuff, hands with one of those people out there volunteering, raising money, getting food parcels for people that needed food over Christmas, cooking, going all that stuff, like, you know. So she's a very good egg, very good person. Hackster, you know it. You can't go 2 days without being a Hackster. So, and I'm always excited to see you. Hey, you've even got your own frigging song. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Daffy Dill eating cashew chicken and rice. Nice. Got it, hens. You're all hens. I'd love to have chicken, goats, all I have. Deer, raccoons, coyotes. Hackster loves it. Already love you, hens. There you go. You can love all the mods. They're all great. Right, so this, I'll go back to Judge Boyd in a bit. What I'm doing is, because there's so much delays in Judge Boyd, I'll go back to, we can skip a lot of stuff. So I'll watch this for half an hour, 40 minutes now, and then we'll go back to it. So this is a sentencing about a child who died in August 2021. So I believe that this, yeah, we'll find out. We'll listen to it. So.
Devontae Jackson. Where? I think you're getting recalled for Friday. Yes. Hang tight. I want you to sign and reset for Friday, okay? I think your attorney is at a seminar. Carlos Valle.
Here.
Mr. Locke, is your attorney?
Yes.
Let's wait for him. Ruela, Elud Ruela. Custody, Mr. Hodgkin.
Right here, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Dennis Sweeney. We love Dennis Sweeney in this chat. Love you, Dennis. Love Brenda as well. Right, let me skip this till we get to somewhere, because I thought this might be interesting. Here we go. You're going to need a holiday. Is that for me? I can't wait. I was actually looking at Airbnbs just now in Boston. So that's what I was doing just now, Dennis. It's quite expensive, if I'm being honest. I was looking at Dedham and a few other places. Yeah. But it's all good, though. New Barber, 9:30, you're right. Shut it, Hackster. Shut it. Wales is real. I don't know if Wales is real, so I'm not sure. It is 100% real. We're 5 hours ahead of the East Coast. We haven't seen Amy today either. No Amy today. No little G for ages. No Miss Gold. None of those. Heather Potty Mouse gone out. Not seen anybody for ages now, it seems. Dragons. Loves the dragons. Love it. Yeah, I got some plans, Dennis. I got some plans on the work. I'm gonna have to do some fundraising streams. I'm thinking of coming out. I'll tell you more when I know more. But I'm gonna have to do some fundraisers to see if I can afford it. But I got some plans. I have a neighbour from Wales. There you go. Whereabouts, hens? Whereabouts in Wales is he or she? Oh, you told me about this neighbour before. You've told me about this neighbour before. I haven't seen Amy all day. No Amy today, and she was excited to watch the trials today. Or Lady Di. No Lady Di today. I hate starting naming people because then I forget Chrissy, Emma. There's a load of people I've not seen today that are usually in chat. But I hope they're doing well. And if I didn't name you, doesn't mean I don't love you. It's just I forgot. No worries, hippie chick. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're just cooling down for the night. I'm just keeping going for those that are still around. So you're not missing anything. You're not missing anything whatsoever, hippie chick. I'll see you tomorrow, my darling. We'll have a surprise stream tomorrow. Bill today. I'll have to ask. She's very fascinated. There you go, hens. My uncle used to live near Dolgellau. Okay, so Dolgellau. I used to live in Carnarvon before I moved back to my home village, and Dolgellau is probably about an hour from there. So I used to stop in Dolgellau a lot of the way up and down. I used to drive up and down, like up and down. There's Starbucks in just outside Dolgellau, so it's a good spot to stop and get a coffee. That was halfway for me. So Amy from Boston, no, Amy from California. Amy's from California. Amy's from California. So there's lots of me. Potty Mouse not come back today. Lil G, we've not seen Lil G for ages. Zach was here this morning. God bless Zach. But then, obviously, the thing is that people come in and out. So, but normally Lady Di is someone we speak with. So we haven't seen her today at all. Same with Miss Gold. She's vanished. Everyone's gone. Bye hippie. Bye hippie. I love that. Right, let's get back into this then. Let's get back into this. See, Donna Graves. Donna Graves, not seeing Donna today either. Cheapers. There's a lot of people I've not seen today.
Where? Mr. Jones, do you have an attorney? I gotta talk to you. I'll talk to you after the docket, just give me some time. I'm gonna have to give you another one. Elizabeth and Lisande? Yes.
Carol.
Is that you?
Are you talking about Carol Draper?
Valadez?
Donna Graves.
I'm sorry, Valadez.
You're gonna have to wait.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Carol Draper, yeah. But I've seen Carol. It's more Donna Graves, not seen her today. It's all good though. Hopefully everyone's okay. Right, oh, here we go. Right, she's coming up now.
Nicole Aguilar, attorneys, please make your announcements.
Oscar Stevens for State of Texas. Charles Buck and Lindsay Shaw from Ms. Aguilar. Oh, from State of Texas.
Ms. Aguilar, tell me your full name.
Nicole Cristina Aguilar Acevedo.
We're here for sentencing. Before we proceed to sentencing, we have to clear up the matter of the proper admonishment for immigration consequences, since we could not proceed back in June based on that. At this time, does either side wish to address that or call a witness on that?
I would, Judge, at this time would like to call Teresa Coles Davila.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed, Mr. Bunk.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Teresa Coles Davila.
And Ms. Davila, are you a lawyer that is board certified on the issue of immigration law?
I am.
And in that capacity, were you asked by this honorable court to interview my client, Nicole Aguilar?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Aguilar discussing her confusion on whether or not she was a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I did. I had the opportunity to meet with her in person, where we discussed at length her immigration history, her history here in the United States, and her family's history.
Joe, it's still ongoing. I paused it for like half an hour. It's so boring, Joe. So I just paused it. So it's ongoing. We'll get back to it once this is done. I just wanted to watch something different. It's just so boring.
History.
and were you able to ask her whatever questions you needed to ask her so you could give her advice and reach a conclusion on whether or not she was a citizen and draft what's commonly called a Padilla letter to assist the court in making that determination?
Yes, I was able to ascertain based on her answers that she is not a U.S. citizen, that she is in fact a lawful permanent resident. And based on that, I had to do an analysis of the plea agreement that she was about to enter into, the charges against her, and what the immigration consequences would be if she were to enter into that plea agreement.
And as a result of that meeting and the analysis you did after that, did you draft a document regarding your findings and your analysis?
I did. I drafted a Padilla letter.
And I'm going to show you what I've marked as defense exhibit number 1. Take a second to look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the letter that I drafted on her behalf for defense counsel on August 1st, 2024.
And Judge, for the purposes of this hearing, I'd like to introduce into evidence Postman Rocknell as defense exhibit number 1.
No objection from the state.
Did you all get a copy?
No.
Can you share that with me?
And if I could tender to the court, I'll offer it to evidence for the purposes of this hearing.
Defense 1 is admitted.
And that's all the questions I have for this witness, Judge.
Ms. Coles-Davila, do you have any questions? Do you want a few minutes to review them?
No. You're good, Your Honor.
Ms. Coles-Davila, do you have the opinion that Ms. Aguilar understood your advice?
So at the time I met with her, I didn't have any advice really to give her, but I did explain to her what, at first blush, my assessment was of the case and the charges pending against her and what the potential outcomes could be. I informed her at that time that I would draft a Padilla letter for her defense counsel so that they could review it and advise her accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from either side on this witness?
I don't have the glasses, but did you come to a conclusion whether or not she's removable or not?
It is my opinion that she would be removable
Okay, that's fine.
under the immigration law.
Okay. That's all.
Nothing further from the defense judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bring your client home. Mr. Bond, did you have an opportunity to go over this Padilla letter with your client?
Yes, Judge.
And is it your opinion that she understood the immigration consequences that will result from a plea of guilty or no contest in this case?
Absolutely.
And is it your opinion that knowing those immigration consequences, she wants to proceed with her plea as she has originally entered it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Aguilar, did you understand the contents of the Padilla letter?
Yes, I did.
And you understood that it is possible that you will be placed in removal proceedings by the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes,
And understanding those immigration consequences, do you want to go forward with this plea?
yes, I do.
I do find that you have been properly admonished regarding the immigration consequences, that you are proceeding with this plea knowing those consequences, and I find that we can go forward with sentencing. I did accept your plea. I did that back, I believe, November the 8th, 2000, nope. Looks like March 8, 2024, a plea of guilty to the charge of injury to a child. That's a first-degree felony by omission. It's by omission. The state is going to dismiss the tampering case, and this is a cap of 15 years. Does either side want to be heard on the cap?
Yes, Your Honor. And prior to that, Judge, I would like to proffer something to the court, if I so may. One of the things I wanted to proffer, Judge, is that there were a series of meetings, 3 in particular, between the state of Texas, Ms. Aguilar, and her defense attorney, Mr. Bunke and Ms. Lindsay Shaw. And in one of those meetings, Ms. Aguilar and I were having a conversation prior to discussing the relevant facts that she ultimately testified to. And in that discussion, Judge, I asked about her tattoos that are currently visible and whether she planned to get tattoos in the future. She stated yes, but not while she was incarcerated, that when she left incarceration, that she planned to get a tattoo of a flower on her shoulder, in particular a purple flower. I forget the name exactly what the flower was called, but she said what the name was, and then described it as a purple flower. I asked why that flower in particular, and she said that it was the flower, the exact flower that Dominic used.
So, sorry, heads. I'd only just seen your thing. There's a few coming up now that we are going to be covering. Karen's hearing is on Friday. Oh shit. So there's a few interesting ones coming up. Sarah Boone in October. There was this Trevize one, Alexi Trevize, but that's been postponed now. There's a few. There'll be a few that's coming up. Hence, I think you Don Adelson depends when that's going to be and stuff. So, yeah, for Karen Reid, allegedly they found 9 and 3. 9 guilty, 3 not guilty for the manslaughter one, but obviously it was a mistrial. So, but that trial on, the hearing on Friday is where they're going to check out first and third. Murder 2 out or not, which I don't think they will. Hang on, Lou said something. Okay, with you. So one of the lawyer, but a good point. If not guilty in count 1, which says she hit him intentionally, the Commonwealth would totally have to change their story for less included. That is if that gets taken out. Do you know what I mean? As in, they're still going to retry the same trial again and hope the next lot find her guilty on, on that, basically. Don Adelson's September 12th. Fuck. Thank you, Ken. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Yeah, I got you. Oh, Crystal. Crystal's like champagne, isn't it? You're like Crystal, champagne. I love you. Love you, everyone here. We love you, Crystal. We love you. There you go, Daffy. Thank you, Crystal. We love you too. Love you and your tomato pie, Crystal. Look how nice everyone's up. Everyone's so nice. And look, hang on. Bill's like, hey, Crystal, what's up? What's happening, Crystal? What's happening, Bill? How's it going, fella? We love you too, Crystal. Bill loves Crystal a bit too much sometimes, but we love Bill, so it's fine. Right, here we go. Let's go back to this. But yeah, that was the answer to your question quickly, and sorry. So Don Adelson 12th. Okay, I need to look into that then. I did not know that. Fuck.
Used to pick for her every morning outside the apartment where she lived in Florida, and he would hand it to her. I want to proffer that to the court. Additionally, I'd like the court to take a judicial notice of her testimony from 2023 CR 6452, which is the State of Texas versus Daniel Garcia, in consideration for its in the punishment of this case, Judge. And at this time, I've reserved argument for rebuttal.
Judge, on behalf of Ms. Aguilar, first I would remind the court that when we were here back in June, we tendered to the court some documentation, some letters, if you would, from family members. Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure the court had those. On behalf of Ms. Aguilar, the court has before it today a decision to make regarding her sentence. And it is a cap of 15 years. And we're certainly not asking the court to do something like grant her 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 years. We certainly don't think that. And Nicole, and when I say we, I speak for my client. I've known Nicole now. She came to Bexar County in August of 21. I've represented her almost the entire time from that date till today. So I know Nicole very well, and I speak for Nicole. And she doesn't think that she doesn't want me to come and ask you for 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 years. She understands that's not what this is about. She wants me on her behalf to just ask the court and remind the court that she did what, although it was too late, she did what she could to help her son. And she testified in the trial against Daniel, and she testified truthfully. And even in those moments when it made her look like just about the worst type of person a person could be, she sat there and she answered the questions truthfully, and she did what she could at that time. Once again, too late, but she did what she could to help. And she stands before you today accepting responsibility for what she's done. She understands that she can never take back what happened, but we do think that a sentence of 12 years would be appropriate. It's still certainly a significant amount of time, but the reduction for 15 to 12 does show Nicole that the court understands that she did what she could to help with what happened and assist not the court, but assist the system in the verdict against Daniel and assist the state. Like the state said, she met with the state multiple times, 3 times with these prosecutors, but multiple times with other prosecutors before these gentlemen. She's always wanted to help. She's stood by that. And on Nicole's behalf, we ask you to consider a sentence of 12 years.
May it please court, opposing counsel. We're asking for 15. We were in the position of having to make a deal with this defendant in order to tie up the case. Without her testimony, we would be relying on the circumstances that were presented in the trial, in addition to the testimony of a 7-year-old child who had to witness an unconscious child in the hotel room. That is where we come at with the 15. In these types of emotional cases, it's tough to put together the words to say to the court. How I could bring about the details, how I can convey what happened. But at the end of the day, Judge, no matter what I say, the child will always be dead. And it's just to think about the image that's so symbolic of this case and what was heard in the testimony. I agree. She did do some things really late. She took FBI agents to her child's body so that we could have the case here. Of course, at that time, he was already a skeleton and had been out there for a month. But what's so symbolic, Judge, about this case is that if the court recalls from the testimony, from the surveillance video, there's Dominic Aguilar in a hotel room with his jaw swollen because this defendant's boyfriend had punched him in the jaw, which we later learned caused fractures in that jaw, and that he's in that hotel room in a corner while the rest of the people in that hotel room are eating pizza, including his own mother. That is the most symbolic image that will always exist in this case because, again, as I proffered to the court, what she has stated, that child loved her, like any child loves their parent. And he had to stand there, sit there with that swollen jaw, looking at his own mother eat pizza while he couldn't. And then what happens? He dies. And then what happens? She takes his body with her co-defendant and they dump it on the side of a mountain. And her participation in that was to throw water jugs at that body. Although she says that she didn't intend to throw them at him. She was just merely acquiescing to what her co-defendant said. But again, that's also an image that will always forever exist in this case. She deserves every single one of those seconds of those 15 years. We ask this court to sentence her to the max of 15 years per the agreement, Judge.
Anything else?
We do intend, Your Honor, to call her next week in the sentencing of Daniel Garcia for extraneous conduct regarding Mr. Garcia's case. So we would ask the court that we be able to not dismiss the tampering case until after that sentencing so that she's not shipped off to TBC and prevent the bench warrant requirement.
That's fine. Ms. Aguilar, this sentencing hearing has been a long time coming, and I can see that you're very emotional about it. Since this case was transferred and docketed to my court,
I have given you every single thing that you're entitled to with regards to due process, including halting the original sentencing date to accommodate the appropriate immigration advice. Because I do believe in the rule of law, I live it every day, but we have to get to the business of sentencing today. And I read your PSI over and over. I read the countless letters that your family provided in support. They portray a very different Nicole. They want me to believe that the Nicole, this Nicole loved Dominic. And sadly, that's not what I got from the trial of this case. I thought somehow in the PSI, you would offer an explanation to me of what happened to this poor, helpless child who didn't ask for any of this. And you didn't. You didn't do that. You did say that it was the right thing to do, that you didn't do this for a deal. The right thing to do was the first time that he laid hands on your son to stop him, to call for help, to get help. That was the right thing to do, to intervene. When I heard the testimony that Daniel went back upstairs, and we see it on the video with Dominic, and then he leaves back and he's without Dominic. I was looking for urgency in your step to go see what happened. I didn't see it on the video because you were living a different life. According to your TAP evaluation, you both were, well, at least you answered that you had done LSD, cocaine, marijuana. And you testified that while Daniel went upstairs, you were on Facebook, on social media somehow. So I understand that you say now, I'm just doing this because this is the right thing to do. I'll tell you who the heroes of the story are, because it's not you. It's grandma, it's your mother. Grandma who had the courage to call. We have countless of grandmothers in our community that do the same. Grandma was a hero. She called, something was wrong. She didn't know what. Detective Roberto Garcia from SAPD, the countless FBI agents, the countless Department of State employees here in the United States, in Costa Rica, all those people are the heroes. The FBI agents who propelled down the mountain to go collect the remains, to have some sort of integrity in the evidence of this horrific crime. So you have earned every single day of the 15 years that you plea bargained for. That's my sentence today. Having found the evidence is sufficient to substantiate your guilt, I will find you guilty of the first-degree felony offense, injury to a child by omission, causing serious bodily injury. And I will assess punishment at 15 years confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division. You do get credit for the time you have served in custody. I will hold off on signing the dismissal. If you want to hand it over to me, I'll hold off on dismissing that until next week. There is an affirmative finding of family violence. Is there a request for a no contact order?
With the co-defendant, yes.
No contact order with Daniel Garcia. Anything else?
No, we do have a victim impact that will be read, Judge.
This is a plea bargain case. I followed the plea bargain agreement. You do not have a right to appeal. Let's prepare for victim impact.
Judge, Ms. Aguilar was in custody in Florida before she came here. So
Can you get me the date?
yeah, it was August the 28th of 2021 when she was taken into custody in Florida.
August
28th.
For purposes of the record, she does get custody, credit for being in custody since August 28, 2021 in Florida.
Dear Nicole, I don't know where to begin, but I'll start by saying this is one of the hardest things my kid and I have been through. This case has impacted us more than you will ever know or comprehend. As a mother, I will never understand. I will never be able to wrap my head around what happened, what you let happen. It's truly heartbreaking. Dominic deserved better. My kids deserved better. And in my eyes, you failed as a mother. You failed to protect your children, and you failed to protect mine. You will be behind bars for the majority of your life in a cell with barely any connection to the outside world. I, however, have to get up every day and face my children. I have to clean up the mess that was made and get them through the rest of their lives without Dominic, without you, and their father. I have to answer questions that I don't have the answers to. I have to answer questions I am ill-equipped for, questions that they shouldn't be asking me at their age. It's heartbreaking as a mother to tell your children that they will never see their friend again, they'll never play with him again, or laugh with him again. It's something they should know at their age. As far as knowing you, they'll remember who you were to them, and I'll never take that away from them. But they will not know anything else about you until they're older. This pain will never get easier. It'll never just go away. And as a mother, it's my job to protect my kids. It makes me sick I couldn't protect them from this. And I will do my best to have Dominic's memory live on and be remembered by Danielle and Alexander. Dominic does not deserve to be forgotten. He deserves so much more than this in his short-lived life. And Danielle and Alexander love him so much, and they miss him every day. And I promise they will never forget about him. As a mother, that's the least I can do. Sincerely, Samantha.
I see the attorneys again. For purposes of the record, we're back on the record. For purposes of the record, I did.
Are you sure, Stormcatty? Because Amy doesn't normally come in till the afternoon. I didn't see her then. Oh, if she was here, then I missed her. I know this is very hard to watch, but
Begin your sentence. We're off the record. You can take her all the way back.
I missed that bit. Sorry, let's go back a second.
I did have all of the letters translated because they were in Spanish. So do you want to offer this as defense too?
Yes, I would offer that envelope and its contents as defense too.
So I will file, as states, Defense Exhibit 2, letters, the translations, and the affidavit.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Aguilar, you are remanded to the custody of the sheriff to begin your sentence. We're off the record. You can take her all the way back.
So 15 years, but she's already done 3 years. She's done 3, and she's in for 15. So 3, 6, 9, 12. Call it 30. She'll probably be in for another 10 years from 15 with time spent and everything. I think she's getting a lesser sentence because she's after the fact she's helped with everything. Do you know what I mean? She came forward afterwards, but still, fuck. Oh, right. Let's put that one down. Bill, play cool, right? Just remember, if you get Crystal's number, you just remember you're punching above your weight if you get that, Bill. No offense, Bill, but I think Crystal's way out of your league. She's well out of all our leagues, but you know, so play cool, Bill. Play cool. Right. Let's get back to Boy D, shall we? Yeah, she pleaded out. Yes, Daffy. No, we got Boy D again. Hang on. I think Angelina, because the person that actually killed the baby was her boyfriend, and he's in court next week to be sentenced or to be start trial. So I think he's the one that they want to pin life on. I don't think she did kill after the fact. She hid him, like, protected him, type of thing. That's why I think she's got a lighter sentence. Let's skip below this.
Well, just for the record, the state's gonna re-offer state's exhibit number 1. Re-offer that.
All right, and any objections to the redacted 109?
If I remember correctly, that is, I did make objections to the fact that the transcript was not a certified transcript. If that is part of the new.
That's fine, Crystal. Safe journey home, okay? Bill will be waiting. Don't you worry. Speak to you later, Crystal.
And so I would renew that objection, but no further.
All right, objection is overruled. The redacted 109 is admitted.
I'm gonna show you states 109. Just clear up a few things. I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna point towards the paper because that may be the easiest way. Well, what was the question here? Can you read from this point?
Question shows, what was the purpose of your travel? Where were you going?
And what was the answer?
Answer shows, I was actually just with a friend, and then I was on my way home.
Okay, and again, you're familiar with where the defendant lives?
Yes, sir. At the time of the crash, he resided in Shirts.
And so looking at that vehicle track log, it appears that the vehicle turned on 281 where the crash occurred. Is that correct?
Turned on to 281.
Yes, leaving the area where Hills and Dales is.
The track log shows the vehicle traveling eastbound on 1604 and then northbound on 281.
And so if that vehicle was going to travel to the defendant's home, what road or highway would it have had to have taken? Are you aware?
He should have continued on 1604 eastbound all the way to 35 north.
But instead, again, it turned north on 281.
Correct.
And then I'm going to point to here. Can you read that question and answer?
Question shows traffic heavy, stop and go, or maybe light.
What was the answer?
Answer, it was actually kind of light.
Okay, and then from here, can you continue reading?
Question shows, where did this take place? What's the name of the road, or where did it happen? Or where did that happen? Excuse me.
And what about the answer? And you can continue reading up until, I'd say about this point. Well, right up until there, where my finger is. And you can continue reading.
Stop here.
Yeah.
Shows answer, it was on Highway 281, northbound. Question, and what's a nearby crossroad or nearby intersection? Answer, Evans Road. Question, okay, this part of 281, does it have 3 lanes each way or is it more or less? Answer, it's new construction, but it is, yeah, I believe it's 3 lanes. Question, and what's that speed limit there? Is it 55 or 65? Answer, I believe it's 65. Sick.
Okay. I'm going to start here. Can you start with reading that question?
Question, so if you could walk me through, tell me what happened. Answer, so I really don't remember a lot of the accident. It was a very bad accident. I know that my truck had flipped over and I know that there were multiple vehicles involved. But as far as like putting things together, I really can't. Like all I see in my head is just like, and it's almost like a movie, like pauses, but everything just kind of exploded and was flying around in my truck.
Continuing on to the next page.
Question, wow. Answer, yeah, it was like really still shaken up about it. Like this was pauses inaudible. I mean, you only see accidents like this in movies. Like,
Again, continue reading, please.
question, answer, car crashings and stuff like that. Question, yeah. Answer, it's really wild. I don't remember if the other car actually got into the side of me, and that's what flipped me over. But looking at my truck, there's damage from both sides and the front end. So I mean, size and the way my arms and my ribs feel, like I feel like they were just flying around everywhere. Like I was thrown around like a rag doll, just kind of like pauses, another voice audible, being held in by my seatbelt. I mean, I'm very lucky to be alive and like walk away from this. But it it just like pauses mentally. I can't process or put anything together.
Flipping to page 7. So I'm gonna ask that you read from here.
Question. You had just left with your friend? Answer. Yeah.
And continue.
Question. Okay. Answer. No, I just went to see him for a little while. I didn't. Yeah.
Question. From right here. Can you continue reading?
Yes. Question. So I hate to continue to ask these types of questions. This is going to get a little sensitive. But as far as the number of vehicles that were involved, do you think, do you think it was more than 3? Answer. There was 4 vehicles involved. One of them was a 18-wheeler.
And if you can continue. Right up until this point.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
This is shows answer, and I think that's the one thing that I remember hitting because I guess I was sliding, and then when the truck flipped back over, I believe that the 18-wheeler is what stopped me. Question. Okay, and then what time of day was this? Answer. It was early in the morning. I want to say it was around 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So Sergeant Martinez, I guess the first thing is when you said, as you testified that Alex lived in shirts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, but did you get that off of a driver's license or something like that?
Off of his driver's license and also confirming with him.
Okay, but did you realize that at the time his parents lived in Garden Ridge?
I did not.
Okay, but if they did, then that would be a little bit more understandable if you were going to that home.
To my knowledge, Garden Ridge is also located up 35 North.
Well, you can go 46 to 309, 3009.
Okay.
Right. I mean, you could from there. That's all I'm saying. Because I guess sometimes, as you know, people have an address, I guess, that's established, and sometimes they live with relatives or somebody else, and that's kind of their day-to-day living.
Like I said, for the purposes of my investigation, I confirmed with him that the information on his driver's license were true and accurate, and that's where he resided.
Right. And so I guess what I mean is, and I'm kind of talking about just a little bit, my question is a little bit different. It's, yes, we can reside at an address, but for one reason or another, we can also stay at a different address, like with other family members for, like I said, one reason or another.
Okay.
Would that be, you understand that?
If you're asking me if he was staying with his relatives, I have no idea, sir.
Right. And I guess that's my point. I mean, I just want to make sure that that everybody's clear that when you testify that he was living there, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was living there every day.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So, as far as these different, you went through with the jury, these different locations. One of the things that I think you're clear about is you're not saying that Alex was at any of these locations with that testimony based upon those documents, right?
Based strictly on the evidence from the track logs, I was stating where the vehicle was located.
Right. And you can't, based on that testimony or based on that evidence from the track logs, you cannot state where he was.
Based solely on that evidence, no, I'm not able to say where he was.
Okay. And so as far as, in some of these places, were there any like apartment complexes or residential kind of areas and streets that were around these places that you talked about?
Around, but not in the immediate area.
Okay, but there were around in different places that you talked about.
Yes.
All right. And I think what you read there was that he had said he was with a friend, and then that he left that friend and he was driving. I guess what he said in that transcript you were reading, he was driving home.
Yes.
But I'll pass the witness.
Any further question?
No, from the state.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
We're finding excuse in witness.
Excuse from the state judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're still not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until this case is concluded. All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Barbara West.
If you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll have a seat, make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear. And if you'll state your name for the record.
Barbara Cheryl West.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. West, can you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Barbara West. My daughter is Alexandra Shea West Seibert.
You must show on screen here, the state exhibit number 78. My accurate saying that this was your daughter.
That was my daughter.
In fact, this picture was taken literally maybe a couple months before she.
It was taken, that picture was actually taken, about a month and a half or 2 months by her best friend. Alex wasn't really a photography person, so she had her best friend who liked to take pictures, take her graduation photos. She did it covertly. She didn't want anybody to know she had them taken. So she and her friend went to UTSA, the grounds, and had them taken. Yes.
In fact, when did you receive these photos?
Shortly before Alexandra had died. She had just ordered some announcements for her graduation, and her friend Liz said, "Did Alex let you see all the photos that we took?" And I said, "Nope, she did not." And so she said, "Let me send them all to you." And so she sent me a lot of these photos. Alex used that one for her. I think we just received the card package for her graduation announcements, and she really was very shy, so she didn't know who to give them to. And I had them in an envelope and found all of those announcements.
Those announcements. Well, can you just, I know briefly, but I know that you had a lifetime with her of
I did.
24 years. Can you just describe Alex to the jury?
I can. So Alex is my baby. I have 2 older children, and Alex is my husband's only baby, only child. So she was his everything. And they were partners in crime. I'm going to tell you that right now. From the time she was little, she was able to spend on the summers, he built homes. So she would walk the houses with him, and she had a little pink hard hat. And so he would show her how to mark the studs and bowed studs and different things. So she just thought her dad was everything. And as she got older, that really didn't change. He would take her to breakfast until she was in, I guess it was right before she got into middle school. Every day he would have breakfast with her. So it was a big deal for her to have her dad there. So she would do that with him, and I was fine with it because I had other things to do. So she liked that time with her dad. And then as she got a little bit older, they started going to the grocery store together. We used to go all together as a family, but they started avoiding me in the aisles. So I would then decided I would just buy my own groceries and not have them make fun of me in the grocery store. So it was her dad and Alex all the time. Thursday mornings, she was off on Thursday mornings. I think Josh had attested to that was her day off. And so she and her dad, she would never do anything else with any other friends. Thursday morning was, I have to go to the grocery store with my daddy. So it's been very challenging because even going to the grocery store now, my husband is having a very difficult time. He would walk the aisles and say, well, Alex would pick that up, or he would see something and he'd say, well, we need to get that for Alex because she loves certain things. So I would say, I always go, yep. And so we'll buy it. It'll sit around for a while at the house because nobody but Alex would eat some of that. I'm going to be honest with you, but those were things that Alex did. He bought her, or he finally caved, and she has a dog. It's not really a normal sized dog. It's a Great Dane. And Alex and her great, oh, yes.
For a second.
Yes. Oh, the picture.
I just want to show you this picture. You're speaking about a dog.
Yes.
And the reason I want to ask you if you recognize state exhibit number 121.
Yes, I do. That is Alex in blue. It's a selfie we found.
Selfie that you found after her death.
After her death, yes.
And this is the dog you're speaking of that her father bought her.
Yes.
Your husband. And she adored that dog. Is that right?
It is a sad statement. Yes, she adored that dog. She slept with that dog anywhere that dog ended up. If it was, he had to be in his crate, she was in the crate with him. If it was in her bedroom, it was in her bedroom with him. So it was one of those interesting deals.
In fact, that night that she passed, she was coming home.
For the dog.
For the dog.
She would, I mean, I would always say, what about Blue needs me? Josh is fine. And I was like, that's fine. That's okay.
You're out of this time. Senator Defense would enter into evidence state exhibit number 121.
No objections, Josh. All right, state exhibit 121 is admitted without objection.
Any opposed to the jury?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a big dog.
He's a large dog. He's a very large dog. He is, at the time Alex, was killed, he weighed, I'd say Blue was still what I'd call a puppy because Great Danes grow until they're, about 3. So Blue was about 2, a little shy of 3, and he weighed about 150, 155 pounds. So he was a large puppy, I will tell you that. And so, yes, Alex always would come home. And the reason I know it's a selfie is if you look, there's a little air vent back there. So she was on the couch with the dog, and he has his girlfriend. We call him his girlfriend. He's a UT pillow that he slept with, and they both slept with. And so he would go to her room and take things off of her room, out of her room. So that was her dog. She was very responsible for the dog. She bought him special food. She had bark boxes coming to the house. She had him tagged. She had all of these things. She was very particular. I could not feed him anything strange. The child couldn't cook, but she would cook for that dog. She made him a special birthday cake out of special whatever it was. So it's very interesting. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think.
I could talk about Alex all day. Ask anybody at the grocery store or any store I ever go to.
I don't
So-
mean to cut you off, but I could talk forever about my dogs. But tell the jury, was Alex born on May 1st, 1998?
May 1st, 1998.
And was there anything special about her birth for you?
For me, I had ovarian cancer when I was younger. And so I had ovarian cancer when I was younger. And so I had my older 2 children. And then I ended up meeting Alex's dad later on. And we had Alex. And then I always tell everyone I was in my late 30s when I had Alex. When in fact, Alex was born on May 1st and I turned 40 on May 7th. I think it sounds better to say late 30s. I felt like it sounded better for everyone who was judging. So I thought I am in my late 30s when I had my daughter. So yes, that is what is special about that. Other than her being what I call a miracle, because we had a couple of miscarriages before we had her, and I didn't have everything because I had ovarian cancer. So she was what I'm going to call a very special gift from God.
Well, and that she was, and just I believe that you stated to me previously when we spoke that some of her passions, and if you could just briefly go into just a passion of hers, just so that the jury can get a sense of what type of person.
Absolutely. So Alex never missed a day of school. She had perfect attendance from the time she was in kindergarten until she graduated high school. So never missed a day of school. And that wasn't because I said, you know, I've got things to do. I don't have a babysitter. You have to go to school even if you're sick. She just had that intrinsic need to, she had a strong work ethic. She needed to be responsible. She just was that child. And as she got older, look, she took after me. She was not very athletic, but what she did gravitate to, she tried, but she gravitated to being an athletic trainer. So that was where she developed her passion for physical therapy. So as she made her way into athletic training, she just loved it. She thrived at doing that. And so because of that, she said, Mom, I didn't know anything about that when in junior high. So we tried to get her in volleyball, but Alex was 5'1", 5'2". So she was tiny. She never, you know, she really wasn't going to be that kind of athlete in volleyball. I mean, it just wasn't going to happen. So when she found and discovered athletic training, she developed a program for the middle school to present. So she took it to her teachers and she said, what if? And so she was in the New Braunfels paper about developing this program for the junior highs or for the middle school, so they would know what opportunities they had. You may not be great in athletics, but you can still be a part of the athletic program. She was really proud of earning her Letterman's jacket, and you know, all of these athletes, and Alex has got her Letterman's jacket. It just made her feel a part of it. And that just what she told, and the message she sent is you don't have to be your atypical athlete to be a part of something bigger. And I think that message resonated with her. She also, I work with children with special needs, so she would go with me and obtain her community service hours to earn her cords for the different programs she was in and the National Honor Society and different things that she was in. And she loved it. She would go with her dad, and I would go out to different places, and she would volunteer to participate in these programs for the special needs, different events for the children. She did the buddy walk with me for Down syndrome children. She just loved it. And I think that was really what meant a lot to her. And then getting into physical therapy, she saw what we do with children with physical therapy, and then she loved the athletic side of it. So she was torn, what do I want to do? So as she went to college, she went to UTSA. She received a bachelor's of science in kinesiology. And the next step for that is, of course, to go into physical therapy, a program. It's a doctorate program for physical therapy.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. I know, like you said, you can go on and on
All day long.
about your daughter. But it seems to me that the way you speak about her, she gave a lot.
I think that was her. I am of a different generation, and I think because Alex, my parents live right next door to us. And so Alex was always very caring. She just was that type of individual where she wanted to make sure everyone was taken care of. So my mom would drive home from the grocery store and Alex might be on her way to work or she might be going to school and she'd say, hey, Meemaw, you need help taking things out of the car, and she'd run over there and unload it. Mom would say, no, I'm fine. And she'd run over there, unload it, give her a kiss on the cheek and away she'd go. She was very, just always wanted to give and be helpful. And even she worked at Cordillera. She worked part of the time she was going to school full time. She would work at Cordillera Ranch and she ended up being, they call them web cart girls. So she worked on the golf course and she was always there and was there in the evening, also at the facility. And all of the people there, I didn't realize it because Alex was not the type of person you'd walk in a room and it was like flashbang, I'm here. You just knew she was there and you felt really good about her being there because she was just that quiet, confident person.
Let me ask you a question about that. You know, with everything around her right now, and obviously this case, and obviously we're in the punishment phase of this trial, where the defendant in this case has been found criminally negligent homicide, guilty of that with a deadly weapon. How would she feel? You know, would she be embarrassed that people are?
She would be embarrassed. I think I hear her a lot of times because I beat a drum pretty loud for her, and I hear her go, "Oh God, Mom, you're so just." I was that mom who would fight for her, and she would go, "Mom, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay." But for her friends, she would fight for her friends a little bit like I fight for her, and I get that. Whereas she was always very caring. She was supposed to be her best friend. She was supposed to be the maid of honor for her best friend's wedding in the November, I think it was November 2nd, after she was killed. And I found this big plan. She had these plans of how she wanted to do the bachelorette party. And she had this all mapped out. And so I laminated it and framed it and gave it to her friend Liz because I thought it was a special momentum. It was in her handwriting. I think she was so caring. She was so kind. And she signed everything with a heart. And I have the little heart with Alex on it. You could take, I didn't know this. I've never had a tattoo before in my life, but I'm opposed to them. I'm going to tell you right now, but I did have the copy of her signature placed on my wrist because that is how she felt. She had the heart and it was Alex, and everybody just loved when they got something special from her. She has 3 nephews and she would always pick the best gifts for them. And they would just love Aunt Alex because Aunt Alex was about their size. I mean, she was little. And so she would do things, and any toy that they got, she would try it out first, and we've got videos of her trying out toys. But yeah, she was a very kind and giving young lady.
In fact, she was such a giver. I believe that she chose to beforehand to donate her organ.
She did. She was an organ donor, and that was very hard for her dad. It was hard for me too, but I think I approached things a little differently. Her dad could not make a decision. He was the first to arrive at the hospital, and my son, I called my son. I was actually away, and when I got the call in the middle of the night, so I called my husband and my son, and they both met at the hospital together. And they kept calling me. It took me, I think Mom and I drove back very quickly. We were in Louisiana, and we drove back in 5 hours. That was pretty good timing for getting back from Louisiana. And I got back, and they kept calling me, when are you coming? When are you coming? And so I will say that Alex, I'm going to say that God allowed her to hold on because her dad would have been devastated if he'd have been the one to make that decision. I'm going to be honest with you. And I think for us, I needed to wrap my head around the totality of what had happened to her and the damage done to her. And so what I wanted to do was give Alex a chance because she was pretty much, you just never knew with Alex. She was pretty tough. And when it was finally time, I said, okay, and we donated her organs. So I think that for that reason, Alex is continuing to give, continuing to be there. And I'll be honest with you, Alex took that photo that y'all keep looking at that was in her text message. And she took that photo, and I feel like she's here representing herself because she did take that photo herself and said, gosh, look what's going on here. I don't know what to do. And she drove that highway frequently because she would go to Josh's, she would see her friends. And so she took that photo, and I'm going to say that that's been referred to by the defense as well as the prosecution. And I'm going to say that Alex has participated in this, and I'm going to give her points for that because I know that she's here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And so for me, I know that y'all heard about that with Josh, right? And Josh was devastated. He saying, for example, my husband will say, if I hadn't bought her the dog, she wouldn't have wanted to come home. Josh says, if I'd have just gone down there and hugged her for 5 more minutes, then she would have been behind Mr. Castro when he left Hills and Dale. If that would have been the case, she wouldn't have been on the road. She would have been behind him. And none of that would have had, but we are all, we continue to look for answers. I'm going to be honest. The what ifs, I feel like I remember seeing her, tracking her and seeing her at Josh's and saying, okay, she's at Josh's. And I would watch her. And when I saw her car on 281, I thought, oh, good, she's on her way home. I'm okay. And as it turns out, I realize now she was on 281 where she was hit. So I think there's a lot of things we look at and we think, you never know. But I do think she was a gift. I think she had a lot to offer. I think she was just getting started. Her life was just getting started. Her dad, I say she had worked off and on for years at Cordillera while she went to college, and she had saved money, and she was planning for her dad to build her a tiny house on our property. And someone asked me, oh, she was going to build a tiny house. I said, well, it was really for her dad. And it was for her to live in the big house, and I was going to go to the nursing home, which was fine. I mean, that was just the way it was with us. So yeah.
Well, ma'am.
Yeah.
You had a lovely daughter.
I did.
You have a lovely family. Thank you very much.
No, I appreciate you allowing me to speak, because I will tell you, you're not the only person I'm going to talk to about her. I talk about, and I'll probably talk about her until I can't talk anymore, but I keep her always.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and pass the witness.
Okay.
Defense may have some questions. for
Sure,
you, ma'am.
absolutely.
Defense?
Yes, Judge. Miss West, Miss Aberg seems like she was an incredible and wonderful young lady, and we are so deeply sorry for your loss. We have no questions, Judge. Pass witness.
All right, you may step down.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. State. Call your next witness.
State Restaurant.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. You are not allowed to start deliberating. I'll let you know when it's time for you to deliberate. So is 10 minutes enough time if anyone needs to take a break? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Yeah, so there you go. So they'll come back, and I'm not sure what. I'm intrigued to see what happens here. I'm intrigued to see what happens. So they get to do the sentencing then as a jury. So I'm not going to stay on for the sentencing, but we'll see tomorrow. But I'm intrigued to see what she does with them now. Hey, see you later, Hens. Nice to see you, my darling. As always, pop in anytime. No worries, pop in whenever you want, my darling. Well, yeah, it was good for to have that. I didn't really understand what was going on. I imagine she's gonna come back up for impact statements as well. I think that's separate. After he's been sentenced, but I presume they'll probably come back tonight, quite quickly. But I don't want to stay around for it. I've never seen this jury sentencing accepted. I have seen it before. I don't remember what states. I have seen it before. Very rarely. I think only once before. The others have been DPs, but as you say, Joe, but I have seen it once before. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember where it was. Yeah, I just don't. I don't remember to take your member. Well, again, we'll just listen to what she's got to say here. It's been a good day, but everyone's finishing work and stuff now. So we had a good chat today. I think, we had quite a few people in here most of the day. We're lagging now because obviously people are finishing work and going home and stuff, or, watching other stuff. I don't know, Katie. I don't know. That's why I'm staying, to be honest with you, to see what the judge tells the jury. That's what I'm waiting for, to be quite honest. To see what I think he's going to get the maximum, wherever the maximum is. He'll get it. I think. But yeah, we'll see. That's why I want to find out this bit here. Oh, Daffodil, yes, but always a good day, Daffodil. Always a good day. Tomorrow, we'll play by ear tomorrow. We'll see. We'll do a trial tomorrow, but it depends if it's going to be a live or a previous trial. If it's a previous trial, it'll be a 2.5 day trial in one day, and if it's a live trial, it'll be that the the sons that killed their father and put him in the ditch. But I'm not sure if that's going to be live or not, so we'll have to play it by ear. It's from Iowa. Play it by ear. Come on, judgy, let's go party. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on, boydie, let's go party. Ooh, ooh. Come on, boydie, let's go party. Ah, ooh. Come on, boydie, let's go party. Ooh, 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 ooh. Um, yeah, come on, Barbie, let's. No, not Barbie, come on, boydie. What did I sing Barbie? Oh, Barbie. Earlier on, Ken and Barbie, wasn't it? Right. Come on, Judge. You said 10 minutes, and that was like 9 minutes ago, so come on. I like a judge that is. I love this. Spacey Stacy, I'm so confused about what's happening today. I've been in and out of all the streams here today. Work, chiropractor, a meeting interrupted me today. It's all good. Spacey Stacy. What we did today, in the other stream, we watched Sarah Boone. We watched her hearing from yesterday. Then we watched Elise Treviso, Alcy, or whatever her name was. Because there was no hearing. That's been postponed now for however long. We then watched the Chad Dowerman impact statements by the mother and stepdaughter. We then came to a new trial. But the Treviso, we watched a lot of videos as well. Then Chad Dowerman. Then we jumped to a new trial. This new stream. No one liked it because of the heavy breather, so no one liked it. Then we've watched a few sentencings from random trials, and we're watching the sentencing for the Judge Boyd trial right now. Oh, and we finished off the Judge Boyd. Oh, we finished that off as well in the other one, the day 4 and closing arguments earlier on as well, after Chad Dowerman. Oh no, we watched that first, then Chad Dowerman, then here.
This time.
Oh.
Because as the defense, we are saying that we are not asking for the sequestration. The reason for the request is because we believe that based upon the jurors' prior experience, if we get done with this at 6 o'clock, they'll come back with a verdict at 6:15 because they do not want to be sequestered. It could influence their verdict in an improper way. Their belief that what happened yesterday would happen today. And we would have no problem with the court explaining to the jury if they're going to go back at 6 o'clock that they will not be sequestered at 6:15 or sequestered at all, and they'll be allowed to go home if it comes to the end of their deliberations and there hasn't been a verdict. We believe that this is important to ensure that there is not a quick verdict in order to avoid that sequestration, since we are not asking for the sequestration.
Right, and counsel, as I'm sure you're aware, the request that a jury be sequestered may be made by the defense or the state. So just the defense alone stating that they're not going to be asking for sequestration is not something that the state may be requesting.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I have conferred with the state, and my understanding is that they are not asking for a sequestration either.
All right. We're going to have the jury come in, and then they will be allowed to deliberate. All right.
Your Honor, I'm
let's
sorry.
line the jury up, please.
I apologize. And just so it's clear for the record, so my request is.
I am not going to tell this jury that they will not be sequestered.
Yes, Your Honor.
The jury is going to be allowed to deliberate, and we will see where we are at a specific time.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope she tells us what the limits are.
Defense, do you have your witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want them to go ahead and take the stand?
Yes, Judge.
Oh, they go witness. Oh, for fuck's sake! I thought we were done. Ah, for fuck's sakes. I thought we were done, people. Oh no, here we go. I think this is his mother. Oh, my days.
There's a hump at the very bottom. I always try to forewarn people because sometimes it jerks the seat.
Yeah, cheese and rice. Sorry, cheese and rice. So anyway, for tomorrow, people. Oh fuck.
And state, do you want to turn off the overhead?
Oh, yeah, sorry,
That's okay.
you asked me a question I didn't know.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state, can you rest? All right, defense, call your witness.
Yes, Judge, we call Irma Rodriguez.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Rodriguez.
All right, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rodriguez. What is your relationship to Alex?
I'm his mother.
And how old is Alex?
38.
Now, I want to take you back a little bit for the jury to really get to know who Alexander is and his upbringing. What was it like when Alex was a young child?
Alex entertained himself. He was not a nuisance. I thought he was a perfect child. So, he was a good kid.
And when he was younger, were you and his father together?
No, not biological.
Can you explain that to the jury?
His dad now is not his biological father.
What happened with his biological father?
When I was pregnant, I left him because he was not willing to settle down.
So during Alex's formative years, did he grow up with a father?
Yes.
And who is that?
Billy Rodriguez?
Is that who Alex calls dad?
Yes.
But Billy is not his biological father.
No.
Now, after Alex was a child, what was it like when he was in high school?
He was just a normal kid. You know, hanging out with his friends whenever he could and going to school, trying to get him to do his homework, keeping up on it with his grades. And
Did he meet his now wife, Christy, when he was younger?
yes, I believe that they met when they were like in the 5th or 6th grade.
And did they have a child together?
Yes, yes.
What is the name of that child?
Caleb,
How old is Caleb now?
20.
Does Alex have any other children?
They have a daughter,
What is her name?
Aubrey,
And how old is she?
16.
So you have two grandchildren from Alex that are 16 years old and 19 years old. And what is Alex's relationship with his children?
He does everything with his kids. You know, I remember when the kids were younger, especially when my grandson was born, because my first grandson, he meant the world to me. And it was really, we would have to ask Alex and Christy if we could have the grandchildren come over because they did everything together and they're still like that.
What about his daughter, Aubrey?
She's very smart, very beautiful and very bright. So, and she's so attached to her dad.
Is she in high school?
Yes.
And where does she currently live?
Well, she lives in Shirts with her mom, but spends a lot of time with Alex in Universal City at his house.
And so Alex and his wife are separated, is that right?
I believe so.
They still co-parent with both of their kids.
Yes.
Now, throughout this trial, we haven't heard from Alex, but can you kind of describe to the jury what kind of person he is, as in, is he quiet, and can you describe him that way?
He is very quiet. Alex is very reserved. He just doesn't think that it's, my opinion, that it's necessary that he has to share whatever happens or whatever he hears. He keeps everything to himself.
Has he always been reserved?
Yes, he has, except whenever there's a situation he wants to talk about, or other than that, we have to ask him questions to find out.
And you've been here with him throughout this entire trial.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, you understand that the Sabert West family has suffered a great loss when they lost their young daughter.
Yes, yes, and I'm sorry for your loss. I'm a mother, so that's all I can say. Nothing will bring her back. But I am sorry for your loss.
Your Honor, we pass the witness.
Any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Mrs. Rodriguez?
Yes.
I'm Jason Garahan. I'm a prosecutor for this case, or one of the prosecutors with Daniel Escobar. I have a few questions for you. One, I believe you stated that his children are 16 and 20, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So they're one's still a minor, 16, but she's 16 years old,
Correct.
and she does a lot of stuff with her dad.
Yes.
You know, you heard Barbara West get up there and talk about Alexandra,
Yes.
about what she did with her dad,
Correct.
and how like she'd like to go shopping on Thursdays with him. I'm sure that probably your son does that with his daughter, certain things. Is that right?
Yes.
And you are aware that Alexandra is never going to be able to do that with her father ever again.
I am.
And you do
I
realize,
am. I am.
you do realize that your son is still around.
Yes, I am.
Even if he goes to prison, he's still going to be around.
That's correct.
And that someday he'll be able to get out of prison and go hug his daughter.
That's correct.
Both his children. In fact, he had an opportunity to have kids. You're aware of that too.
I
He
didn't.
has kids, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
You know, the young lady that was killed for committing negligent homicide never had the opportunity to have children.
That's correct.
And did you talk to your son that night after it happened?
Not that night.
Talk to him the next day?
Yes.
Did you say he was at bars?
No.
Say he was drinking?
No.
Did you say that it was his fault that this accident happened?
No.
So he said he wasn't drinking. He said it wasn't his fault.
He didn't say it wasn't his fault.
Okay, whose fault was it then?
He came over and told us that he was in an accident,
He didn't
and that a young lady had died, and he was crying. And that's one of the very few times that we see an expression like that from Alex,
Was he
because he's
crying?
very reserved.
Was he crying because he was scared that he was going to go to jail possibly, or is he scared, sad that a woman died?
Because somebody died.
Well, you've seen the videos. You've been inside this courtroom the whole time this has been going
That's
on.
correct.
Did you see any emotion on any of these body cams of him at the scene?
No, I guess I didn't, but he didn't know that there was a young lady that had passed away, according to the witnesses.
He saw this vehicle.
I did.
He saw that vehicle.
I-
In fact, he took a picture of it at the scene.
Okay.
You saw that, right?
No. Have I seen the picture that he took?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, but you know he took a picture.
I think I saw it on the video.
You know from testimony that he realized that somebody was seriously injured. In fact, he told USAA that he believed that somebody died. Just 6 days later.
What's your question?
Well, my question is that you said he was very emotional when he came to talk to you the next day,
That's correct.
but he wasn't very emotional when he gave his statement to USAA.
I wasn't there.
You said he was quiet and reserved.
Yes,
He doesn't share much with others.
correct. That's just his nature.
So he's reserved and quiet. So you saw the body cams. Was that how your son usually acted? Or do you believe do you know if he was drinking that night?
I don't believe he was. He's not anyway, no, I don't. And his truck had just rolled over. And I mean, no one can tell if he was injured or not. I don't think anybody even asked him. I don't know.
Well, they asked him actually at least 2 times that I recall on body cam, where it came into evidence that he was
Okay.
asked if he'd like to see EMS or get EMS to check out. And he goes, no, I'm good. So you're stating that you don't believe that when he told the police officers that night that he drank 4 to 5 beers, you don't believe that he was telling the truth?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
That'll be overruled.
You can answer the question, ma'am.
I don't believe I heard that testimony.
Okay. Well, if I'm telling you that's what an officer stated on the stand, would you call that, what would you say? Would you believe that or not believe that?
I would say that I don't know. I wasn't in here and I didn't hear that.
Well, you did hear your son blame the Honda came into him, slid into him.
Yes.
Is that what
Yes, I heard.
Did he tell you that?
No,
So he just told you, I got in an accident, somebody died, and he said that the next day.
the next morning he came over to the house.
Would that be the morning that the accident happened or the next day?
I think it was that morning, maybe later on. I really can't recall.
Yeah, do you have any other children other than
I do. We have a younger son.
the younger son? And then you have a granddaughter that's 16,
Correct.
and I'm sorry, was that a grandson or granddaughter that's also 20?
Grandson.
Grandson? If somebody on the highway ran into one of your children or grandchildren going 90, and they never hit the brakes, they don't take any evasive action, and slice through their car, and then blame them for everything that happened that night.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, argumentative.
I'll hear the question and then I'll hear your objection.
Yes, Judge.
And then blame that person that got cut down for everything that happened. And then actually lie about it and say, well, I didn't see them. But then later on says, well, the Honda slid into me.
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
I'll
Right,
withdraw
that'll
the
be
question,
sustained.
Your Honor, and rephrase.
Your Honor, we'd ask for an instruction, disregard that question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard that last question and the objection to compound question that will be sustained.
Your Honor, we move for mistrial.
Denied.
Same facts of this case happened to one of your grandkids. What would you want to see happen to the defendant?
Objection, Your Honor, invading the providence of the jury. It's speculation as well, Judge.
With regards to speculation, that will be sustained. With regards to invading the province of the jury, that will be overruled.
Your Honor, may we have an instruction, disregard that question?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard the last question. State, if you'll restate your question, please.
Your Honor, we move for mistrial.
Denied.
Your son ever lied to you?
Objection, Your Honor, and proper character evidence.
Overruled.
Let me look an answer.
Yes, you can answer.
What was the question again?
Your son ever lied to you?
I'm sure he has.
Does your son drink?
Actually, very little. Both of them. Bless him.
So he stated he was drinking that night,
He didn't tell me that he was drinking.
so you don't believe that?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and
I don't-
answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Ask the question again.
Well, ma'am, I just find it odd that your son was in a fatality
Objection, Your
accident.
Honor, argumentative.
All right, let me hear the question and then I'll hear your
And
objections,
counsel
counsel.
testifying, Judge, just the way he started his question about what he thinks is odd.
All right, that will be overruled. I'll hear the question and then defense, you can make your objection and the court will make a ruling.
Find it odd that your son did not share you any specifics or any type of details about a crash where a young lady died and that he was involved in.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
And counsel is testifying, Judge.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Like I said earlier, he's very reserved. He doesn't share a lot of information. That's just the way he is. He's always been that way.
And is that with everybody, including you?
Yes.
So like the police officers, he wouldn't be sharing information or
Well, I mean, if you ask him a question, he's gonna answer it.
Professor Ms. Young?
Nothing further, Judge, may this witness be excused?
Is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Defense calls Bianca Zapata.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand if you state your name for the record, please.
My name is Bianca Zapata.
Judge, before the witness testifies, can you approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit weird how they do it. You know, with all this character evidence that the victim and defendant, it's just that you know, feeling sorry for both sides. That's what he was trying to get there. You get to speak to your son. You know, the victim's mother will never get to speak to her ever again, type of thing. So I think that's what it is, just to show the show the jury, you know, these are people. But it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I just want to know what the actual limits are. What's the minimum and maximum? That's all I'm interested in. Because I think you'll get the maximum probably. Oh, she's looking at her watch. Why do I have to be here? Why do I have to be here? So tomorrow we probably start off. Probably have to start off with this. I don't know. Oh, jury are out. Shut the front door. Jury are out. Maybe, Joe, maybe he could be right. Bill is guilty already. Go.
Step down. All right, state, do you have an objection to this, to Officer Zapata?
Yes, Judge, the state back in August of 2023 filed a request for defense to give us any written notice of expert witnesses. The defense never responded to that request. just found out today that they were planning on calling this extra witness. The state's concern is that at this time, we've been given no notice as to exactly what she's gonna testify about. This is a field of expertise that Ms. Sabata, over years of working in the Bear County system would have. It's not something that the average lay person would have, so we would object. And I can tentatively propose my request for notice that I filed. And I can also tender it to defense.
If you wish to mark it as an exhibit. And if you just want to mark it as a letter of the alphabet.
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna say state aid. Oh, thank you.
And for the record, what is state's exhibit A?
Judge, it states, CCP 3914, TRE 70.
I'm sorry, what's your best?
Sorry. CCP 3914B, TRE 705B, TRE 609F, TRE 6112B, and TRE 613 discovery requests.
All right, in defense, were you tendered on August 25th, 2023, state's exhibit A, which is a request for expert witness list? Were you tendered that on that day?
Yeah, Your Honor, I have no reason to dispute that we were tendered that on that date and at that time.
So my question then is, you were tendered that, then the next question is, the next question is whether or not you provided notice to the state of this witness.
Your Honor, I believe that under strict reading of the code, that notice is required 20 days before trial. And we did provide the notice, I guess, today, that I provided earlier orally.
I just want to take this step by step.
Sure.
So number one, the state requested that the defense provide a witness list of any experts, and that was done in August of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense, you received that notice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next question. Did you provide, before the day, did you provide the state with any notice of an expert witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And the jury went out for deliberations yesterday. Was any notice provided to the state yesterday of an expert witness?
No, Your Honor.
And when did you provide the state with notice of your intention to call an expert witness?
Round about 45 minutes ago, before the state began their case in chief and punishment, I believe.
Now that I have the facts, the court will hear argument, and the court is aware of what the case law says in regards to notice of experts, when they need to be provided and when they should be requested. The court is finding that the state made a timely request for a notice of any expert witnesses by the defense. The court is going to find that the notice that the defense gave the state today, 45 minutes ago, is untimely notice of their expert witness. Now the court will hear argument as to why I should or should not allow the defense's expert witness to testify.
Yes, Your Honor. So
One more point, so that the record can be clear. And the court is assuming, if I'm incorrect, let me know. The court is assuming that the previous witness, Officer Zapata, is being offered as an expert witness.
yes, I think under the common understanding of what an expert would be, it would be to testify about probation conditions, what conditions there are
My
available.
question is, are you offering her as an expert witness?
I don't know that I would formally tender her, but I would agree with the state that she would be testifying to things that I guess would be outside of the common understanding of the jury. So
You're offering her as an expert witness?
I believe so, under those
I mean,
definitions.
not believe so. Are you offering her as an expert witness?
Yes, under those definitions.
All right. So now the court will hear argument as to defense, why she should be allowed to testify, even though the state was not given notice, and then after.
Bill, thank you, Bill, for the $50, sir. I was just friggin' Nora. I had to unplug everything. I don't even think that was StreamYard. I think that was just me. I don't know what happened. Anyway, thank you, Bill, for the $50. Thank you so much for that. No, Bill's taking advantage of Sweetland. There you go, dumpster juice. Thank you, Bill, for the money. I was just saying to Bill, don't, if you can get a date with Crystal, Bill, don't fuck this one up. You've already messed up dumpster juice. You can't mess it up with Crystal. Crystal be well out of your league, Bill. You should be on your knees groveling here to take her out. But again, Bill, thank you so much for the $50. I do appreciate you for that, my friend. Right, hang on. I need to get the stream back. I need to get this thing back here. They're arguing. I'm just they're still arguing. I just can't be asked. I think they might be coming back. I'm not sure. What are they doing? I'm not on mute, so Bill should be on his hands and knees walking to Tennessee for a date with Crystal. That would come on, Bill. Right.
Judge, we'll finish today. We can talk to Ms. Papa.
All right, then I'm going to give everyone a brief, well, not really a brief recess, but state you will have opportunity to speak to the expert witness as long as you need to.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. What did she say? Did they say they're done for the? Hang on. Hang on.
Possibly second to last or last witness.
Let's listen to what she's got to say. Well, he's.
Judge, we'll finish today. We can talk to Ms. Papa.
All right, then I'm going to give everyone a brief, well, not really a brief recess, but state you will have opportunity to speak to the expert witness as long as you need to.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Right, let's see what happens. I'm not promised to stay. It's 5+11 here. I just can't be asked with this. I love you guys, but Crystal's home. Hello, Crystal, my darling. Can't anyone else give him some money? They did. I've had people. Carol. Who was it? I'd forgotten now. Sorry. I got PayPal today from Carol and Carol Draper. Oops. Fuck. And Maura as well. Maura. Thank you, Maura. I don't know. On the other chat, I did get somebody as well. I don't remember. Shari D donated 6 memberships, I believe. Forgive me, I don't remember who gave the super chats. I don't remember this morning. So thank you to whoever that was. I just forget. Because we've gone to another chat. Hello, Mary. How we doing? Just been quiet. Hope all is well. Rainy year in Rebirth, Mass. There you go. Happy days. There you go. We're in trouble. Sorry, Crystal. You all stop it. You all. I'm sorry. Right. Just a reminder, tomorrow then, we got a trial. We'll have some sort. We'll probably finish off watching Judge Boyd in the morning. I'll probably go live like 8:30 Eastern, watch Judge Boyd like 9, and then start a new trial then after that. Not new trial, but might be a live trial. It might not be a live trial. I don't know yet. See Iowa. Is Iowa Central Time? Is that Central Time? I can't do Wade Wilson. It's been, isn't it? Everyone knows the verdict for Wade Wilson. Do you know what I mean? I want to do. I got one lined up that I don't think anyone knows the verdict to. So, Dylan, you were tired. Yeah, I know. I think I'm going to end Judge Boyd tonight. I'm not going to be bothered with Judge Boyd tonight because I'm not sure if there's any more testimony coming. So, and there's 20 of you here, which I love the fact that you're here. And I hate leaving you, but I think it's better that I do. Otherwise, because I need to do stuff as well before going to bed. Hey, Dylan, 8 hours will cure that yawning. I know. I know. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, darling. Hi, everyone in the chat. There you go, Mary. It's worth the watch, though. I knew he was guilty before the trial even started. Dylan, I need to message you. Happy days, right? I've messaged you, by the way. I'll email you now, Crystal. But I have actually messaged you. It just is unread for whatever reason. Hang on. Hang on. Right. Night, Lou. Night, Lou, my darling. See you later. Don't go. Dylan, don't go. Bill, where have you been all day? Where have you been all day today, Bill? I've not seen you all day. Now you want me to stay on. Now you want me to stay on, Bill. What is going on, fella? Hang on. Insert. There you go, Crystal. I'll message you back on the email as well. Where we go. Have a good night. Hey, James, good night, my friend. Thanks for being here. Daffodil did not get past me. Nothing got past me. Night, Lou. Night, all. Night, Daffodil. There you go. Night, Carol. I missed being in chat today. I'll try to be in chat more too. It's all good, Crystal. I hope a lot of people that we missed today are all okay. And hopefully we see some of them. Amy, Di, Lady Di, everyone, Emma, Lou, the other Lou. Oh crap. You know who all you all are. I just forgot to say everyone's name. See you tomorrow, James. See you, Jen. Send our love to Keith. Don't keep him up too late, Jen. There you go. Bye, dumpster juice. See you later, Carol. Night, y'all. Night, Jen. Thank you to you, Lisa, as always, my darling. Hope you're well. Night, night. Dumpster juice. What's our plan tomorrow? I love call hopping. It's going to be a trial. Karen Reed, fuck. Judge Boyd, and then either a live trial or a murder trial, which is like 2 full days in one. So it's going to be a fairly long day tomorrow. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, Lisa. Good night, Stacey. Sorry for confusing you today. Bye, Josie, my darling. Carol will be in it tomorrow. Love you all. Good night. Good night, Crystal. Love to call. Love to all El Chatty. Good night to you all. There you go. Night, Daffodil. Night, Carol. Right, let me play the outro. This is where I always struggle because I got. Where do I go? Brand. Ah, fuck. Hang on. Where's this gone? Oh, you see, this is where I fuck. I think it's in brand. Oh, hey, did I say fuck a few times? Sorry, Daffodil. Hang on, where is it? I'm trying to find the music. I got it. No, I haven't. Oh, I got it. Yeah, right. Good evening to you all. Thank you. Much love to you all. Take care. Good night.
Thank you.